during our period. Yeah. For the impact, yes, of course, we will have some timely and affordable or community center solutions that can save our life, infrastructure, or even agriculture that have, let's say that early one is better than post solution after this happened. So we try to have the one that can be finished or can be done earlier better than keep the solution after the damage or after the effect. So the other one is reduce cost because we can reduce or we can protect or reduce for the repair or recovery the expense and whatever there are costs about it. Government or even community, we also have some such experimental and demo only. We haven't tried to do the real world applications because in terms of budget limitation or even the equipment limitation ability, so we try to do some demo here and then we have some how to say it's like a home or flooding around here and then we try to do some demo and then send to the station that we have set up. The one thing that we try to use solar cell because in rural area or remote area that is limited to connect with the electricity, so we try to use the solar cell and then our controller that we have set up based on the design system that we have so far. Yeah, for the output, we also have the one is the most important thing is about warning system or alarm or alert from the system. The system is not just alarm to the mobile application or even the web application, but we try to set the alarm to the SMS or the other thing like a podcast in case remote area is difficult to connect to internet, so we also try to do that and try to have the perspective that for the how early that we try to do the alarm or to the citizen or to the people that around the risky area. So we also try to do some. Yeah, and also we also have some graph that from the dashboard that we try to sorry that because of the we have very short time to do some experiences, so we try to use like loud language and in the future we should also try to have the dashboard in English or the other multiple language. Yeah, so it's so this is our dashboard and then the outcome of the system that we have tried to finish so far. Yeah, now we come to the conclusion the project that we have tried and then we have done so far. The purpose for our is predicting floods, protecting communities. This is together with AI or artificial intelligence and IoT technology that combine together. Because now you may know everywhere they use AI for their work or their research or anything that already relevant to the AI. So also we also try to use this kind of technology to have the better solution or better result. What we are focusing on is about the target that we have tried to integrate this IoT sensors that I already have mentioned earlier, and then we will have AI model prediction to predict the frost and then to protect the community, including the life, infrastructure, or agriculture, or anything that, even or livestock or something that we also have tried to come up with our system. That method that we have set up to the experiment of the physical layer as we call IoT devices that consists of rainfall, water levels, moisture, and flow sensors. In against we also try to use some database to collect the data and to come up with the historic data from the communities. Yeah. So the one of the most important thing also alert or alarm or early warning system, and also SMS gateway that we also try to integrate to send the notification in terms of no internet connection or so on. And the impact, yeah, of course, we have a lot of things that we come up with the scientific and social impacts, infrastructure or agriculture, safe life, or then water disease solution and reduce the cost of data problem and so on. Yeah. Now is the roadmap that we have prepared and now we have completed, but as I mentioned earlier that I have just tried to do the experiment in terms of laboratory only, but for the real world application we haven't tried because the limitation of our hardware or the ability of the hardware or even of the sensor is quite a little bit not not like a production or not like a real world application, not like a real world devices that used to test the outside. So we also try to find some fund or even for that this project I already planned and then I already prepared for the ASEAN IVO submission for the coming years, 2026. Yeah. So come to the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anil. It's only 20 minutes of presentation, and we have totally 7 minutes for discussion. Please. Have got some question? Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Tui. Wonderful presentation, Dr. Khamna. You mentioned in your slide that you will use LSTM, right? So we know that the machine learning models need data to be trained. I'm just wondering what type of data and how big and how reliable your data for training this model.
Basically, it's quite not too big because we try to use 4 kind of parameters that I mentioned earlier, and then at the beginning, I have tried to collect by the system itself from the IoT sensors, and then to predict the thing that will happen for the flooding. We try to have like a multi features to apply to the system because the main focus that we try to find where the floods coming from, not just only how many parameters has to be put to the model and then have only one result or one outcome or something.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some more question and comments, please. Would you please?
Hello, morning. Thanks for the presentation. I'm from Malaysia. So over the past many years, I think the SC member can help to confirm. I think there were numerous proposals similar on flood early warning system. So the first question is, how is this different from the previous projects or maybe from the literature? What are the new data or factors that you are studying which makes your thing really justify what it means by early warning? That was the first question. Because early warning, how early is early, right? Is something that, because you're talking about saving life. So based on the presentation, it sounds like, okay, things happen. Of course, you have the prediction with the AI. So based on those 4 data that you have, and then second question relates to this is, besides the 4 data that you have, what about other real activities which are the root cause to flooding? Example is upstream information or human activities like deforestation and all this, right? Because we are measuring things that is already happening, and then with those things you run a prediction. But really, what is the root cause for all this. I think it would be very useful if you can hit that point in the proposal. So those are my two.
Thank you. The questions. The first question is about how different with the others. Uh, let's say that maybe they also have some many research that have done so far about this one. Mostly they try to focus on how to monitor the natural disaster than this than release water. Yeah. So, but for our system, we try to focus on early warning system. As you mentioned that how early that it is my question as well. That I also try to find some mechanisms to solve this problem also. And say that we also try to have like historic data from the community, like we completion, like a MRC. Yeah, we also try to plan to work with them because they also have some system that they also I have tried to use the application as well. They also have a good application, but that one they just have like a monitoring system to see what happened right now. But for us, we try to alarm to send notification to the people, to the community earlier. Yeah, and then for your second question.
It's besides the four parameters.
Oh yeah, yeah. The design of the for now we have focused just only four because we also try to prove that it works first, and then for the next week also try to see the history the data that we can get from the maybe come from the community or come from the dam operator that they also have some data already. And also, most of the dam company or operator or hydropower they also have their own system. We also try to work with them, but not for this week, but for the next week after finishing all of these steps.
I'm just thinking because those four parameters that you listed, I think is common. So for your proposal to upstand, you should have include some extra things that is obviously different than what is currently being used, and to really then contribute towards justifying how early you mean is your early warning instead of just saying yeah early. So it's a true early warning system because we study data towards uncovering or determining what is the root cause of the thing like the dam operations. Is there any malfunction instead of just water level, right? What about the monsoon, the weather? Is there any data from satellites that actually you can use? Maybe some of those are just my input to help on your proposal.
Very good solution that I also we keep in mind and we consider to my proposal.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamla. Nana Lisa. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Bigul Vision Graha and other from Chiang Mai University, Thailand. Please.
Okay, good morning everyone. I'm Pikunmesh from Chiang Mai University, Thailand. So today proposal will be about the flood guards, very similar to the PNAS research. So for us, this will be focused on the AI-driven flood prediction and alert system for flood-prone regions in ASEAN. From the background, as we know that flood are times boundary by nature. So if you see from this picture, so you can see that the flow of the typhoon, that this is just a Kalmeki, that just start from the beginning of this month. And you can see that it's gonna start from the Philippines, coming up to the northern part of Thailand, to Vietnam, Cambodia and then go to Laos a little bit and go to another part of Thailand and Myanmar. So this one is still affect Thailand nowadays because the level of dam is a little bit too high. And normally they say that the Kaliki does come at the end of the season, of the rainy seasons here. Normally the flood will come to the southern part, but this time it's going up to this area. So when it go up to the northern part of Thailand, it affect a lot about the water level in the dam in Thailand. So we have known that it affect a lot, especially in the human agriculture, economic losses a lot. And we have known some keyword that if the water sea level is hotter, it's going to become like make the storm more powerful. So how we can track those things and use this information to predict something in the future. All right, and another picture is the real situation is the P1 station in Chiang Mai. So actually we have a dashboard showing the water level in Thailand, but it's not so practical. Normally people will like checking from this P1 station in Chiang Mai at Nawalas Beach, and they will see that if the water level reached 4.2, it means that okay, start evacuate because this is almost at the maximum level of the Ping River. So even we have monitoring, even we have a number showing, but sometimes the water is coming up at late night. So they need to like monitoring this number and then people in the Rojo region, they will like try to shake just the number at this position that if it's come up that more than 4.2, then we have to start moving. So our methodologies that we would like to show is gonna combine with the SIG work packages. So the first one is will be the design system from the beginning, from end to end, like how we get the data from IoT from the station that we have in Chiang Mai, and then how we can connect all data together, combine together. The second one is for the data processing pipeline as we will combine the IoT information and also the data from the API online. So to combine all of this together, we have researched some resource that we can get that information, like such as from the TMD, Thai Meteorological Department, and also some higher informatic institutes, and also the information from around ASEANs like ASMC or DFS. And then after we get all those information, we will try to create the AI model that we'll use to predict the flood level and also how to create the early warning system. So in this one, we also have another team from Chiang Mai University that working on the flood protection earlier. In this team, they will use the drone to like take a picture in 3D and then try to get the level of the landscape, and then how to say the Chiang Mai and Bangkok is kind of different because the Chiang Mai they have a high slope in the mountain, so the slope of the mountain is also one of the factors that's very important. That's why they try to use the drone taking that map and then combine with the water level, then we can predict the flow of the water. So we also have this idea that to like hybrid forecasting from the rainfall and also the mapping area in Chiang Mai as well. And the next one is for the system integrations. So in this one, as you see from the typhoon that they're not gonna start from just one country, but they're gonna start from the Philippines and go to Vietnam and then go to Cambodia, go to Laos and Thailand and have that. So you can see that if we get the information from each country and then we'll combine the node from each country and then get in the time from different time information from the AI model and then we can like get some like for example today how is affect the water level in Laos today, something like that. So we get that information and then we believe that if we got that information and we can predict something from the level of the storm, then we can get more accurate from the early warning system. The next one is Work packet number 5 is to setting up the alert system, which will be related on the knowledge that we get from the transfer model that we get from AI. The last one is to set the knowledge transfer, which will like sharing the data and then also sharing this idea and also our dashboard to the local people as well, especially in Chiang Mai, Thailand. So this will show the example of the data that I tried to get from the website. This is for the API that we can plug in, and this is the data that we can get real time, and this is from all over the ASEAN country. So one is can be the pressure. The pressure is also important. Like it will set the direction of the storm and also the temperature as well. And this one is P1 station in Chiang Mai, and this is the real images in Chiang Mai that they got a water level station here. And it is showing that this will be the features that they use to detect it and use to mostly from the research that they use to predict the water level and flood predictions like the rainfall catchment area, canal capacity, river length and slope, water level, US rain day, and discharge stat. And this is for our proposed technique that we're trying to integrate it, not just only from the station in Thailand, but we try to combine all the API information from other country. And if we can get that information, I think that we can like predict it the early morning and also getting the lead time that can predict the level of the storm, and then we can like set the evacuate plan for the people in the Asian country. So this one is our previous work that we work on the rainfall runoff model. So in the rainfall runoff model, this is in Bangkok area. So in Bangkok area, as I told you that they don't have a problem about the slope that much. So didn't have the slope level problem. In this case, they will use the information of the rainfall and runoff using the base flow and storm flow. But in Bangkok, the best thing that they have is like they have a station and they have a level that we can get real time. But in Chiang Mai, it's not the same, right? Because the facility is not the same as in the Bangkok. So this is very hard to get the information like this in Chiang Mai. So we have to set some IoT for our research in order to get that information from the station more if you want to. And the next one will be the previous work that we worked from the INN Durban info forecasting for dam safety in order to get the info prediction, yeah, for the management of the dam. And another one is our ongoing project with the fire spot and smoke detection in Chiang Mai. So in this one, we already have the station in Chiang Mai. If they will know that this will have a problem of flood when they have a very heavy rain in the northeast part. So if we have a heavy rain in the northeast part, then the water level and amount of water will be increased a lot. And if they have a rain 2 or 3 days more, then the water level in the city or the downtown will be increased a lot. So if we can add some IoT system here to predicting some weather in the northeast part, like higher than the downtown of the Chiang Mai, then we can predict something, and we can like use that information to setting up the early warning system for the model. And this will be the impact for the scientific and technologies, but we'll apply the AI that will try to integrate all the information together, like a data fusion and some important information from the IoT in the local area, such as in the downtown and the northeast part of Chiang Mai. And we're gonna have our social impact, like we enhance the community safety in the front area and reduce loss to the people. Also the cooperative for the other country in ASEAN's border long term, so we'll have like get the resilient goals that can protect the climate change and then protect the people from the front outward. So the output of our work will be the AI model that we use to detect the predicted some change from the waiters and then predict the front and predict the day, how long, and how we can protect the people from the fronted area and where is the safe area that we can like let people go to evacuate. And then we will propose the open access data from our source that is ready to use for the time series data and also the alert system, which will have to connect with the local government to help for this one. And the outcome of this one in long term, so this will be the model with the data that people, if they're interested in our research about the flooding, they can use our technique to analyze more and get more information insight in the future. And we also strengthen our capacity in ASEAN to combine our technology together and reduce the loss of life for the people. Lastly, as our proposed technique, you can see that we have like a node that starting from, so you know, like when we have our storm is not start in a day, we know in advance, but we don't know how strong it is. So if we can predict how strong it is, like maybe from the weather, temperature, or predict some location from something like this, then we can estimate the damage that we will have. So we believe that if we can create the model that get the time for knowledge sending from the first part to the second, third part, then we can predict the fretting level and risks that we're gonna create from this. Yes. And for the long term, we actually work on the virus part and PM 2.5 as well. So we think about is this possible if we combine them all together to be the multi-hardship early warning and the monitoring system, combine all of this together. Yeah, in order to like create the early warning to the people, not just only in Thailand but in the Asian regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. And it's time for discussion and comments, please. For some,
Thank, thank you very much, Dr. Okay, so this is a very nice presentations. So just wondering about the AI model that you are planning to use it to predict the disaster of the flooding. So, so what kind of model you using and what kind of this is a model that you have to train from zero or you have to fine tune some model that existing right now?
Okay, thank you for the questions. So basically, we will work on the station in Thailand first. So in Thailand, it can be used like LSTM or some time series model that we can get the information in real time. That we will get this one from the API model, the data, and then after we get this API data, then we can predict the model. But this one is still not accurate that much because somehow they will have some effect from the brain from like I told you that they will have some more root cause that come from the brain from the top part of the regions. Then if we use the IoT to add more information from that one, this will be more accurate. And if we like working together with the teams, so we may need to discuss about what's supposed to be the features that we will combine it together in order to create the time for knowledge model in AI.
Okay. So maybe I think I recommend that maybe to give your proposal to get a high score or maybe good quality. So maybe I suggest to add about the model evaluations to get more accuracies to predict the disaster is coming from the flooding or typhoons of land. So we can maybe work with the team to discuss how to evaluate model with the train data and evaluate data, something like that. Yes.
Thank you very much.
we have a very short time for discussion of this. 3 minutes, maybe. Could you please? Yes.
We could. I think your last slide that you concluded right would be looks like you're opening. I mean, from ASEAN point of view, those are the things that you sort of more like setting up the background. Because the flood is actually a macro type of level issue. It's not just within a state, within a country, within an area. It's more like a region. So they're all interconnected. So particularly in ASEAN IVO, I think it would be very useful if you start addressing where collaborations would be needed. In such a slide, you are showing a region where hopefully you are also having in mind who are some of those members from other countries that will join you. That's input number one. Then number two, basically you show a bigger scope as compared to the first one. Then maybe you can also extend your collaboration with our friend from Laos. So to look at it as a holistic problems on how we can solve this. I think yeah, that will be my input.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Here you also look into some hydrological data to see how the water flows and then see the soil. Will you also look into geological data as well to understand the water flows, or do you collaborate with some hydrogeologists for that?
Right now, I try to check the open source data with but now some information is not open access free. Yeah, so we try to check that which one is open for use right now to predict the models. And if we find more like open source data, or we can contact some institute that can share this information, then we will combine.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pico, for presentation. Thank you. And I would like to invite Dr. Dinesh Marcia and Henry Hesse from Singapore and Vietnam. Yes.
Right, okay. Thanks so much. Thanks a lot for the invitation. So I'm Henrik, and we have another talk about Chiang Mai. Just to highlight the background, that's the photo of Chiang Mai. So you can see the talk is not going to be about flooding. It's actually a really beautiful region if you get the chance to visit Chiang Mai. Unfortunately, they have problems with flooding, and the other problem is haze or fires. So the problem that we're trying to tackle is actually the consequences of burning by farmers or wildfires using IoT and drones. There's a collaboration with my colleagues at Chiang Mai University and RMIT in Vietnam. I'm Henry Hesse from the University of Glasgow. Just to show you a bit of the background, so that's an example of fire. That's something that we don't want to get to this point, so the project is actually looking at early onsets of fires. Before it comes to these extreme wildfire events that we do see in the region of Chiang Mai, typically it starts in very remote areas, with a small fire source, a bit of smoke and so on, and then it turns into extreme fires. You see here, this is actually really close to the cities already. Okay. If you have a chance to visit Chiang Mai during the dry season between January and April, you see the health consequences are dramatic. So people can't actually do outdoor activities anymore. It affects school children as well, going to schools and so on. So it's a huge problem, apart from flooding. That's the other one that we're trying to address. And this is an ongoing project that we've been doing for the last 2 years. So one thing that we're trying to do is use IoT sensors, so have small sensors on the ground that can detect fires very early. I'll show you a picture in a second. But the other part that we're doing is actually integrate this with the prediction framework, similar to previous works with the floods, so that we know where fires may start and then actually work with local authorities to prevent the fires from spreading. We have a collaboration with the communities that live in those remote areas to actually fight fires. The other collaboration we have is with the forest department in Chiang Mai. that manage the areas around the city, so all this forest in the hills, looking at can we regrow those areas. So we have forests affected by fires and also agriculture, and there's a big movement of actually regrowing those forest areas and potentially using it for carbon capturing. So trying to even monetize that process for the local communities. So that's the initial project that we had. Is straightforward. We put lots of IoT sensors on the ground. So these are really cheap sensors. The problem that we have, I guess similar to previous projects, is that we don't have connectivity. So this is in remote areas where we might not have mobile network reception. Second problem is if we put a SIM card into all these devices, we've been talking about hundreds or thousands of these cheap sensors around, they drain batteries quickly. So we don't have solar panels, but still the issue of, we need a very large solar panel to power these devices. What we're proposing instead is using a drone as a communication hub. So it acts as a relay system that basically flies over a pre-programmed path to download the information from all these sensors, and the drone itself can actually fly to a point where we have 4G connectivity, or where we have a sort of super node that we can use. In terms of communication, we're using first Wi-Fi, but now we've moved to LoRa to have longer range communication. You see here the illustration in the end. Then, of course, once the drone streams the data to our central response center, the cloud, we can alert fire services or feed this into our prediction models. So this is the implementation that we've done. You see here the IoT sensors, very simple, with smoke, temperature, humidity sensors, running on low cost, low power embedded devices. For the drone system, you have a picture in the next slide. We use a DJI drone that's been modified to basically be able to have the communication aspect. And then for the cloud system, we can do machine learning prediction or dashboard that we've seen in previous work. That's a screenshot of our drone. It looks very cute. So we use a commercial drone for this. My background is in drone development, so that's the part we're doing. Unfortunately, for the commercial drone that we use, the payload bay is on top of the drone. So anybody working with communication, you can see that's not the best way to put your boat in there. That's the antennas here. So things we have is, of course, with the crops, right? We were wondering, does this have any effect on their communication capabilities? And the other one is the antenna orientation, because we will have IoT sensors on the ground. There's thick forest in between, and of course the range will be affected. One thing that we managed to do, so this is our collaborator at Shanghai University, Prof. Campo. Through his collaboration with NICT, he was actually able to test the communication aspects. So we see here that's the drone mounted, that's the antenna, that's the electronics chamber at NICT. So we were able to test what's the quality of communication at different angles that we're using, with propellers on and propellers off, to also see what's the effect of propellers on the communication aspects. So these are some results that we are now publishing, thanks to the collaboration with NICT. The second part in terms of experimental results is deployment of our IoT sensors. So you see it on the right. In 2024, we only distributed about 6 of them, just have their sensors ready, deploy them in the world, learn all the experiences, because when you have those sensors, things happen, like animals eat up your sensors, they're exposed to humidity and so on. So we learned a lot from that part. And we had an actual fire event as well. So that's the whole point, that we wanted to validate it and demonstrate. And we were lucky enough that our sensors were close to a fire source. So that's the satellite data. So retrospectively, you can basically look at the history of actual fire events, and that's the location of one of our sensors. So we were quite close. And you can see here the smoke sensors. So sensor number 1 in blue picked up this intensity of smoke, whereas the other sensors that were somewhere around here didn't pick this up. So it validates our IoT sensors. Just with simple smoke sensors, we can actually pick up the smoke first. And our idea is really that before the fire starts, there is smoke, which we pick up, We can stream this data to the cloud and learn fire services for local villages to immediately go and kill that fire, okay, before it spreads to a large scale event. So the impact for us, it's a small step first to detecting wildfires, but of course we're thinking bigger in terms of the whole ecosystem. So it's not our coin that we termed it, but it's the Internet of Drones. You see an example here on the right, right? Interconnected drones with IoT devices for environmental sensing and monitoring. We also looked at developing a prediction tool. So you see this illustrated here. Similar to the previous project, actually, through an API, we can get real-time data. Looking at temperature, pressure, and humidity, rainfall, wind direction to see, which direction the smoke would go, for example, and actually use it to predict where fires can happen. Problem with fires in Thailand, it's very random. Normally, it's triggered by human actions, farmers setting fire and so on. So the results for this one were not very good. So we're looking at adding additional information there, like topography, topology of the region, and looking at human action to add this into the machine learning models that we're exploring. The idea is really, can we have a heat map of likely fires happen based on available weather data or our own weather stations as well that we have on the ground in our field sites. Okay, ongoing projects that we have now, so that's the upscale version of our sensors that we're currently deploying. In Thailand, we're always running against time because the dry season is from January till April. So we're now rushing that we can have the new generation of sensors ready. You see those ones here. That's the small nodes that we're deploying, hundreds of them currently, and this is what we call a super node. We have at 2 field sites. Okay, and the other ongoing aspects are actually initial developments. So can we look at biodiversity in the region, and can we support Chiang Mai University in regrowing those areas that were previously grown there? Okay, so in conclusion, we have our sort of IoT framework with the idea of using drones to download the data and have a almost real-time system for remote areas. And just to show you some of the nicer pictures here, we're working with the community in the region. So these are activities that we're doing to regrow those affected areas or look at things that we can do in terms of fire breakers, fire barriers for the fire to spread. And that's a picture on the bottom right here showing what we're doing in terms of UAV-based seeding to support the regrowing of the forest areas in Thailand. Thanks a lot for your attention and the invitation to present the work today.
Thank you so much for presentation. This time, we will have a question in comments, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Question is that you mentioned about the real-time predictions and how do you manage the latencies in the connection? For example, you may end up with incomplete data or something. Do you have any mitigation approach?
Yeah, that's at an almost real time. Because obviously we have the problem that our IoT devices are not connected to the internet, so we have the drone that's downloading the data. So depending on the size of the area, we have our pre-programmed path for the drones to actually connect the data. So it's not in real time, but it would be every half an hour we can get snippets of data coming in terms of the smoke intensity that our IoT sensors are recording.
So do you expect you may still end with incomplete data? You have a specific approach to mitigate it? Or late.
Right, and the idea is really that if a fire happens, the smoke and so on builds up slowly. So we are hoping that within this half an hour, that we have the data coming in, that it would not lead to a full-scale fire.
All right, thank you.
May I ask later, how often that your drone observe the area? Since the Wi-Fi is such high, if you only delay for 5 minutes, is gone. And that is first question. That is how often for the drone. And for the second question is about the ground sensor. What type of the ground sensor that you install and how is the cover area? Since as my knowledge is for like if you some kind of some sensor that just cover some only some specific area, and also I would like to know that which kind of sensor that you use for some kind of make a decision since some kind of the Wi-Fi they shoot for early state of the Wi-Fi, so it's not more, so it should be some kind of IoT vision, some kind of camera installed, the change of smoke or something. So I just wonder about the practical.
I have that picture is not so good, but yes. So our approach is purely sensor based. So unlike the previous presentation where it's vision based to detect smoke in images, what we're doing is we basically have this one here. Yeah, we have air quality sensor, BME 680, that we're using that can basically detect the concentration of smoke particles. So it's ground-based measurements of smoke. And the idea is really that if you have those small sensors around the forest, and as the fire starts, the smoke would spread around. But it's in the undercover, underneath the canopy. But the problem is if you use a vision-based approach, you wait until the smoke goes outside so that you can detect it. Okay, so that's the IoT sensor we have. You see them here as well, the air quality sensor. And then, yes, we use microcontroller board, really cheap one, small one, that comes with integrated Wi-Fi, which is the reason why we initially, so it's the ESP Wi-Fi board, initially explored Wi-Fi, but the range is obviously not enough because it's a small Wi-Fi module. The tree height is about 40, 45, 50 meters. So if we're flying our drones at around 60 meters, it's already not enough anymore for that Wi-Fi connectivity. So that's why in the current version now we're looking at LoRa. And
for the sensor layer for one right area, how about that you decide how many the nodes such to cover the area?
So we put about every 100 meters we put sensors out.
100?
Yes.
Very far, no?
100 meters is enough for us for the smoke only.
Smoke for 500 meters?
100 meters.
Oh, 100. Thank you.
But obviously the technical complications of deploying all these sensors every 100 meters, if we want to cover a fairly large area. You see what we're doing here? That's our test. These are the two test sites that we're using at the moment in the Chiang Mai regions. And these are test sites that are managed by the FORO, the Forest Department at Chiang Mai University. So I think, yeah, we can talk afterwards and see what other sites you're using, and have a bit of overlap for this one.
Thank you.
I do agree that a vision-based approach is better. It's more economical because you have one camera and you can see a large area. It's just for the forest area where we are in the hills. You see here, these are the hills around. I guess a vision-based approach would be a bit more difficult to deploy, which is why we're looking at the IoT sensors. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Some questions on the communication aspect. So first one is that you mentioned the development of the antenna with the Japan
Yes.
and ICT, right? So that one's like antenna for the Wi-Fi, or you are already try to improve LoRa antenna. That is one thing.
That's still for the Wi-Fi.
Still
at the
for the
time.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, this was end of 2024. So at that point, we were still looking at the Wi-Fi.
I see.
system.
Okay. So basically Wi-Fi from the drone to the super node, right?
To all the little child nodes that we have. So
To each of the sensors.
Each of the IoT sensors, yes.
I see. And what about LoRa? Have you explored the LoRa implementation in such a forest setting? Because
That's what we do, yes.
already, and you got a good, good performance.
That's what we're doing now. So the original idea was really to have loads of little sensors here, so the child nodes that we call them, with Wi-Fi only. And from all this work that we're doing, we basically face the limitation of Wi-Fi range. So what we're doing now is LoRa, where we have a LoRa gateway and then we have the connectivity to all the child nodes through to that LoRa gateway.
And within 100 meters
Yes.
at the moment, that one you got enough, like even with in forest setting, because you got absorption, etc., etc., right?
That's the problem. So it's still a challenging environment. So based on the tests that we're doing now, 100 meters is the idea.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes.
Just a quick question on drones. Are they piloted or autonomous?
So question was on the drones, if they're pilot or autonomous. So I'm the drone person in that project. My vision is really it is a fully autonomous system. You know, the drone out of the box system. In Singapore, there are quite a few developments where we have a box where the drone is housed. It can fly, you know, a pre-programmed path and then land again in the box, charge, and then fly again. That's the vision. At the moment, this is a commercial DJI drone, so yes, we can program. So it's following a pre-programmed path, and then it lands autonomously as well. So the whole thing is fully automated. But the problem is drone regulations at the moment require us to have a pilot on the ground. So there has to be a pilot physically there, even though we're not touching anything. So, but in future, the idea is really to have drone out of the box solution.
Everyone, some more question, please. Thank you so much, Dr. Henrik. Could you? Yeah.
Just nice presentation, by the way, interesting with a lot of pre-studies that you already have. So my question is, along with earlier ones, since the challenge is how many sensors are needed, 100 meter apart, so talking about forest to cover, so there's a practical challenge, right? So is there a thought on how are you going to find that strategic place where you should put the sensor instead of like just 100 meter apart, then fill up the whole forest? I mean,
yeah, I wish I had. Oh yeah, okay. We have a slightly better picture here on the right. So we are in a good situation that we are working with the forestation department at Chiang Mai University. So they're regrowing areas. They've been managing the forest for the last 25 years. So they know them quite well. The strategy, what we're seeing is when forests happen, it's close to, these are the villages here, right? So forests would basically start along these lines. So in terms of deploying sensors, we're working with them to actually see, okay, these are affected forests where we want to have a higher concentration. So
Thank you so much, Henry Hesse from University of Glasgow, Singapore.
Thank you.
And it's time for lunch, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Welcome to session 2, where we will be covering ICT, session 4, sorry, ICT for health and welfare. My name is Hanif, and I will be moderating today, this afternoon session. So, may I welcome for the first speaker, presentation titled AI-enabled IoT-based hand rehabilitation system by Dr. Ahmad Azlan from University Technology Brunei. Please welcome. Thank you.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Very good afternoon, everyone. Hope that everyone ready to what we call that see my presentations pertaining on the title of AI enables IoT-based hand rehabilitation system. Okay, it's not working. Okay, never mind. Just use this. It's not working. This. Okay, so as a background, the main purpose for our project is on highlighting the issue of stroke and neurological disorder limit upper limb function across ASEAN. Currently, we already established and managed to do the hardware fabrications, including embedded systems, include antenna system, and also we leverage the use of LoRa for local network. Whereas the idea of putting LoRa in this picture is to limit the use of a lot of nodes for what we call that our server. So basically, we only need our one local server and the usage of LoRa. So we already established the hardware site and managed to do a database. But the problem is currently we're facing about the issues of ethical issues on getting the data, because the product that related towards human factors need some ethical clarifications. So it's not very straightforward. So that is limit us currently. So we need some help from other colleagues from ASEAN so that we can see how the data can help us to do demographic studies, so we can see each country's how the rehabilitation process will either improve or not. So the idea is to develop the AI and IoT based rehabilitation system that very low cost, that everyone can have an access, just like blood pressures and also diabetic, so that it can be accessed in every home. So that is our target. So as we know, stroke and also the neurological disorder cause very highest issues in ASEAN. Due to the high blood pressure and so on, it will create a stroke. So our products or our research is come to fill in the gap so that we can do a rehabilitation, complement what we have now in hospital. So current rehab that have in the market now is a level intensive, expensive, and clinical dependent, and low access in rural, low resources ASEAN communities. And some products and some research are only focused on certain technologies. Just like if you want to combine IoT and embedded system, you only have that one products. But in this package, we come across with AI, IoT, and also augmented reality in this whole package. So to make sure that we have comprehensive program for rehab solution. So this is our lab facilities, all in-house, fabricated in Makers Lab, University Technology Brunei. We have high-end Prusa Excel, whereas we can print up to a metal now. then we have Bambula X1, Creality, and also we fabricated our own PCB on ourselves in our humble lab in UTB. And all the systems are made in Brunei. So target is to, as I mentioned, enable affordable soft hand rehabilitations outside hospital, use AI, IoT, and R to personalize therapy and boost adherence, support tele-rehab and remote clinical supervision. This is very important to do post-stroke. That normally happen currently is to observe and also see the trend of improvement after stroke happen. So we develop a server system so that everybody can monitor, build a system compatible with ASEAN deployment at scale. So system architecture is not very architecture. This is considered as a phase that we already done. Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. We managed to do all 3D printed sensor we fabricated on our own. We don't use over-the-shelf what we call that solutions. We develop our own what we call that sensors, flexible sensors, and all using these pneumatic systems. And the body is can be made either PLA or you can use TPU or ABS. So because we have the capability to reprint. And we already established also the Unity 3D for augmented reality. And the EMG, we put it as well to monitor the muscle activity. So it come in the package, whereas they have EMG, flex sensors, gyro, and also a camera for AI gesture recovery, IoT. We implemented LoRa as well for local data, what we call that, establishment. And the idea is to limit or to reduce amount of node to the server. So all the things are controlled throughout the local network through LoRa. Then phase 2, we already done testing and validations, whereas the data can be monitored. Previously, it just like when you're talking about control system is monitoring, open loop system. But now, since that we are adapting and also AI agents, so it can what we call monitor the outliers and also the data that been sent throughout the nodes and send notification for what we call that for the nurse and also the hospital to monitors. And phase 3, the outcome, accurate sensing, reliable connectivity achieved. So we already done phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So this is not actually a method, technical method is a method, what we call that, the elements that we adapt in our system. We have EMG, for motion data set we collected from both healthy and post-stroke participant to capture a wide range of movement pattern and muscle signal. Then we have AI module, machine learning model, TinyML, where trained for gesture classification, identifying specific hand movement from sensor input, motor recovery trend predictions, estimation user progress over time for personalized therapy. And we have AR, augmented reality, developed using Unity 3D to make sure that when you use this equipment, it's enjoyable. It's just like a game. Then we have IoT integration, of course, to monitor. We are not using these over-the-shelf server. We develop our own servers. We have Raspberry Pi for local server, then integrated with Firebase, and then we have Node-RED, and also MQTT to monitor all this data that's been transferred to, from our node to the server. And we backup it by using memory card to make sure that the data is still reliable. If anything happened to our server, then we have a backup with memory card. Then in order for us to enhance the communication between the nodes throughout the LoRa network, we design our own antenna system lah. So antenna currently that been mounted on these ESP32 or any others IoT devices is omnidirectional. So it can be integrated. Either we can use directional or omnidirectional by using these FR4 antennas, so they can be suited to our system. Then the problem certain country, especially on antenna design and frequency. Frequency is in Brunei for UHF LoRa is not suitable. It's not permitted. It's not permitted to be used in Brunei, so we have to change the design from 432 megahertz to 800 plus LoRa to make sure that it's comply with the local regulations. On certain country like Malaysia and other countries, UHF are being permitted to use as a secondary. But for Brunei, it's not permitted. So we need to change a little bit lah if you want to expand to the other countries. So that's why we try to embark into antenna design to make sure that we have capability to design antenna system for our LoRa IoT system. So the implementation and evaluations, bench and pilot testing, conducted control bench tests to validate sensor accuracy and latency. This has already been done. Evaluated AI reference accuracy to confirm the gesture recognitions and recovery predictions model, perform consistency in real-time use, assess AR usability and engagement, observing how effectively users interacted with visual therapy tasks and responded to visual feedback, tested tele-rehabilitation connectivity stability through IoT cloud monitoring to verify smooth data streaming and minimal communication delay. So all these things have been conducted, alhamdulillah, and we try to expand more to see the trend. Now we want to see more data, and so that at the end of the day we can analyze the data to see the trend of improving. So each country maybe have their own rehab method and also their program. So we, by using our devices, we can see which country can now give more impact towards the rehabilitations process. So user feedback, collected usability feedback form from both healthy and post-stroke participant, focus on comfort. This is to test reliability lah. Because as we mentioned, we have a problem with ethical data. And currently we are collaborating with Jurudempak Medical Center and also Health Innovation Lab in Brunei. So maybe we are called for any other collaborators in ASEAN so that we can have more data and more sensor development. So impact scientific and technical, converge AI, AR and IoT, soft robotics. We're involved in soft robotics in one rehab platform. That is our main invention and also research. Provide data set foundation for clinical AI models. Enable objective quantified rehab metrics instead of subjective observation. So, so impact society to the ASEAN, affordable alternative for B40s. This is a term that being used in Malaysia, B40, and rural communities. Reduces travel, clinical workload through home-based rehab. So as I mentioned, so our target is one home, one rehab equipment, just like our high blood pressure monitor and also glucose monitor. So improve motivation via interactive AI feedback and enable remote therapies oversight across ASEAN borders. So which means that all participants that involved in this project can monitor the data set. So the impact of the collaboration, cross-discipline bridges, we involve robotics, whereas it's a hardware development. We involve AI, rehabilitation plus augmented reality. So this is a computer science combined embedded system integration. So currently we have capabilities because we combine with School of Computing to cater the AI and also computer related in AR, augmented reality. Then for hardware developed by our team and the impact for suitable for ASEAN. And this outcome, before we come into the conclusion, the outcome working prototype with AI-enabled sensor integration, initial EMG, and motion dataset establishment to monitor our muscle, and AR rehab interface and IoT dashboard functioning, basic for clinical validation and technology transfer. And last but not least, conclusion. So the target is democratize stroke rehabilitation in ASEAN. So the method, we are using AI and also IoT. So the impact, lower cost, extend access, increases adherence, enable remote therapy. And the next is AI adaptation, clinical trial, ASEAN-wide telehealth development. That is our target, ASEAN-wide telehealth development. Okay, I think that is all my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Azlan. Now may I welcome the floor for question and answers. Maybe I can start. So for this sort of work, how far is it to its real application to patients and
Okay,
whatnot?
real implementations, actually we already, what we call it, conducted a real tests. But as I mentioned, limitations on participants. We already done it. And it's already what we call that, under IP, ID. We already on ID, in industrial design, and already been approved for submission for ID industrial design. So it means that it's already reached for user, what we call that, user testing, but not clinical trial yet, because we need some doctors' input later on. Because in order for you to access the patient, you need doctors to come over and do. So we just managed to collaborate with JPMC, Alhamdulillah, so we don't have a problem to access to the patients.
Any questions? Yes, yeah, one lady.
Okay, hi. May I know your data set?
Mhm.
Is it you consider the range of age and then the
Yes, yes.
and how many number of samples?
Okay, currently, very good question and valid lah, because in order for you, the idea is to validate, right, and to see the trend based on the age and also the background. So that is very valid question. So currently, we are focusing on technical side first. The data in terms of demographic for age and also, I think is better for the second phase for us. Currently, the target for us currently is on developing the hardware. So we take the consideration later on, but currently we are not considering yet, because we just want to develop the system that can read data first and then do analysis. So later, if we, what we call that, have the access on real data set for patients in JPMC, then we will put in, because that is a matter of setting up the system only. We just include the parameter. But the problem is, the most important is the devices itself must be what we call that, the data must be reliable first. So we already managed to do that. The second phase is on putting all the parameter needed, especially on age. So we have to, what we call that, segregate the data.
So the data is verified by the
later. So we yeah,
you
inshallah.
collaborate with the any rehabilitation?
JPMC, Jerudong Park Medical Center. So that is the private university, and also HIL, Penny Health Innovation Lab, Brunei. So one of the agencies that dealing with policies. So I think we have a good hand collaboration. Inshallah, we pull in, and the next phase is on the putting all the data lah. So in terms of system, in terms of reliability data, we already have, but in terms of real data collection, our second phase. So this is actually master students progress, still in second year, but we managed to do a lot of work now.
So
Thank
the
you.
hardware part is the AR part or the
Yes,
robot?
all
All.
AR, IoT, LoRa, exoskeleton, already done.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I think we're just running out of time. Thank you again, Dr. Ahmad Azhar.
Okay, thank you everyone.
May I present the next one with the title Integrating AI, Sensors and Mobile Platforms for Community-Based Elderly Support in ASEAN, presented by Kamas Wiharja from Telkom University Indonesia. Welcome you to the floor. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this ASEAN IVO forum. My name is Kemas Ramasali Wiharja from Telkom University, Indonesia. I'm honored to speak on behalf of a collaborative research team comprising scholars from 4 universities, from University of Malaysia, Sarawak, and then from National Polytechnic Institute of Cambodia, and National University of Laos, and Telkom University, Indonesia. The title of my talk today is Integrating AI, Sensors, and Mobile Platforms for Community-Based Elderly Support in ASEAN. Let me check this first. Oh, okay, good. The background of my research. First, the increasing number of older adults in ASEAN causes numerous challenges, including social isolation, declining physical and mental health, and greater need for healthcare and psychosocial support. Let us take Indonesia and Malaysia as example. In Indonesia, the percentage of Indonesian people from the whole population with age plus 65 is increasing from approximately 5.3% in 2015 into around 7.29% in 2025. Meanwhile, for Malaysia, the population with age plus 65 is also increasing from 6.3% in 2015 into around 7.74 in 2025. And then we also see new technologies such as wearable sensors, medical sensors, and artificial intelligence have paved new ways for remote health monitoring. And the third background, in Asian context, this is the interesting part here. In Asian context, for solving the aging problem, we need also to accommodate social and cultural aspect. We cannot only focus on technical issues because this is Asian. For example, in Indonesia we have a special social services. We call it Posyandu Lansia. Lansia meaning old people, yeah. Lansia meaning old people. And Posyandu, the definition of Posyandu is community-based, yeah, health service center located in a village, usually in a village or a neighborhood. This community-based health service center provides basic free health services for mothers and children under 5, and also for the old people. So in Indonesia case, this very specific social services has been operating since 2015 and have been well received by the community. The targets of our research is to develop a community-based super system that integrates 2 components, technology and the role of young volunteers. Actually, under the technology aspect, we will build 4 systems. The first system is health monitoring. So we will deploy wearable sensors and a digital platform to monitor the health parameters for the old people. And then the second system is fall monitoring. Because there are so many cases in Indonesia and Malaysia, old people fall maybe in the bathroom, maybe in the living room. So we will deploy privacy preserving technology like ultra-wideband radar and thermal sensors to detect the position of the old people and to detect the falls with cases. Yeah. The third system is alarm and communication system. We will integrate WhatsApp as a simple and very popular platform. Even the old people use this very frequently in ASEAN. And also we'll integrate this WhatsApp with accessible alarm and emergency communication platform. And then the fourth system is sharing and mentorship platform. We realized that the old people love to have intense conversation with the same people in their age. So that's why we will develop a sharing and mentorship platform to create a virtual space for the elderly to share their experiences, to receive counseling maybe to support one another, along with maybe share retirement planning features, for those that almost retire. And then the second part of our work is role of young volunteers, because we believe that the combination between technology with 4 systems inside the technology and the role of young volunteers will optimize the companionship and empowerment for the elderly. So our system will not focus only on health, but also support social interaction, security, and psychological well-being. This is that makes different old people in Europe and ASEAN, because old people in Europe they don't have this characteristic. The old people in ASEAN, they love to have social interaction. They will become healthier if they receive many support from social. This is our hypothesis. And then the proposed method, we will do need analysis and literature review. We will do it in 4 countries: Cambodia, Laos, Indonesia, and Malaysia. And then we do system model design. We will establish the community core, and then we will develop the prototype, and then we will integrate the system, 4 systems, and then we will do field testing, collecting the data, analyze the data, evaluate it, and then we will make a sustainable program development. That's why in our team we have 1 person focused on the business model and also the management. So the Cambodian researcher will focus on the management and business model. Meanwhile, Laos and Indonesia for the IoT, and then Malaysia for the machine learning part. And then we will prepare the report, recommendation, and then we disseminate and do community sustainability program. And then 5 phases of proposed method. So we have 5 phases of our proposed method. We'll do planning and system design. In this stage or phase, we will design the system model, identify the stakeholders, and then develop the collaboration plan, establish the community core team. And this one is the most important stage or phase, because in this part we will develop all apps and 4 type of platform that I mentioned before, and then we will integrate it. And then in this stage or phase, we will do data collection, organize routine community activities, and then we'll do refinement and system testing. And then in data analysis, we will do quantitative and qualitative analysis, and we will draft the research report and sample DC recommendation. We will develop sustainable community programs, and the last stage is disseminate and replicate. We want to replicate our model to other Asian countries, and we will mentor new communities interested in adopting this model. To analyze the data, we will use several techniques, including descriptive and inferential statistic analysis to measure changes in perceptions and satisfaction levels of the elderly before and after system implementation. We'll do thematic analysis to identify key themes from interviews and FGDs regarding the barriers and potential of the community support system. And then we will do validity and reliability testing, just to ensure the validity of measurement instruments. Impact, so we do hope that our proposed research will have impact in scientific and technological aspect. We will establish a new model of technological innovation for elderly care, because we will integrate AI-based health monitoring, variable sensor, using ultra-wideband radar and thermal sensor, and then communication system, WhatsApp-based alarms, into one unified support platform. And then novelty in AI application. Usually people use AI for predicting, or maybe for classification, or maybe for clustering. But here we use AI not only for helping us detecting fall or maybe monitoring health, but also for screening the volunteer profiles, because we will try to attract many young people to help the older people in maybe in one neighborhood unit. Yeah, so we will use AI to help us in screening this profile, because we don't want to get not good people, yeah, inside the community. And also we will use sorry. Yeah, we also will use AI for screening the offering. Yeah, because in our system we can ask help from the young, yeah, to help the old people. But we want to make sure that the assistance offer that come from the old people is a very relevant one, not something that misclassified. And then the third, development of a replicable model. We want this model to be able to be replicated in other countries. And then we hope that our work will help AI and sensor research in Malaysia, Laos, Cambodia, and also Indonesia. Impact in societal. So we want to improve the quality of life for the elderly, and we hope that our platform can grow a strong and can make a strong social interaction between the young and the older people. We hope that our work will increase the self-confidence of the elderly in carrying out routine activities independently and safely, because they know somebody watch for them. Yeah, so this will increase their self-confidence. Yeah, self-confidence in doing things independently. We also hope that the elderly individuals will be more confident in adopt and utilize technology, and also we hope that our approach will have impact in policy and social program. Impact on collaborative, cross-country academic collaboration, because our initiative will solidify partnership between Telkom University, University Malaysia Sarawak, yeah, and then National Polytechnic of Cambodia, and also in the National University of Laos. So this will bring the four academic become more intense in doing research in AI, ML for the older people. And then we'll do partnership with humanitarian organization, as example, with Red Cross in Indonesia, Red Cross in Laos, Cambodia, and also in Malaysia. And then community and government engagement and interdisciplinary team formation. Outcome in scientific, we hope that our research will produce outputs, new integrated technological system, and then AI modules for social and health analytics, prototype and framework. And because we are researcher from academic, we need to have publication, good impact publication, and scientific dissemination. Expected outcomes, advancement in interdisciplinary research, foundation for future innovation, and replication blueprint. Outcome in societal and collaborative, new integrated technological system, publicly accessible dataset. So we will publish dataset, but we will make sure that we anonymous. We will ensure that the private or sensitive data will be protected. Yeah, by using an anonymous or maybe other technique. And then policy and practice guidelines, educational and training resources, outcomes. We hope that our research will enhance quality of life, promote digital inclusion for the old people, adoption and technology transfer. Meanwhile, for the outputs for the collaborative, institutional partnership, engagement with humanitarian and governmental bodies, and then for the outcomes, sustainable Asian research network, new research and mobility opportunities, and community academia partnership model. Conclusion, the main target of our proposed project is to develop and test a community-based digital support system for elderly people in Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, and Laos that integrates AI, wearable sensors, and mobile communication technologies. Our project will adopt a mixed method meaning we will see the quantitative and also qualitative data, and community-based design that combines technological innovation with social participation. And our project expected to produce strong scientific innovation and societal benefits that will advance academic knowledge and real societal welfare. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Kamas Wiharja. May I open the floor for questions, please? Okay. Again, I will start the conversation. So I know you're going to be collecting some data and wearables as well.
Yep.
From the wearables. What kind of wearables do you have in mind, or in that case, to get that amount of data, how much of a scale are we talking about?
Yeah, very good question, sir. So this research is not a very from the scratch research, because we already did a small part of it. So our team already, small team from University, Telkom University, has published a paper for smart necklace. Yeah, so this IoT, yeah, in shape of necklace, it will monitor the heart and other parameters. So we already did this, yeah. And this, not only this, but we also planning to make the this arm, yeah, armband, and then we will provide a panic button. So we will upgrade the necklace, because we already have the necklace in our university. We will upgrade the feature. We will add a panic button feature in necklace. So whenever the older people feeling something wrong, then she or he can hit the panic button, and then it will trigger alarm to our monitoring support system. So, and for the small scale of research, we already contact one, we call it in Indonesia rukun tetangga. In English, it means neighborhood unit, yeah, very small neighborhood unit, maybe consists of 30 or 40 households. So we will implement in that neighborhood unit, yeah, just to see how it goes, yeah, with 30 maybe times 2 old people there.
All right. Thank you. Any questions, please, sir?
So I think you did mention that you have like a sensor or something,
yeah,
that will be trigger the center, right?
Yeah, because they can hit the panic button.
But how actually you connect that one to the, you know what, they say someone is actually in the remote area, yeah, remote area. I mean, do you use like any I don't know, maybe you use like 4G or 5G network in order to connect to the, you know, to the base stations or something like that. So how actually you use that one actually to connect in terms of the communications?
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. A very good question. So I mentioned before that we will implement it in a small scale, like 30 or 40 household unit. So in one very small region, right? So usually in that region, there will be one health center, yeah, in that region. So this all the smart necklace, smart armband will be connected to a monitoring center in that region. So one monitoring center for one neighborhood unit. The communication platform, I think we will try use LoRa, yeah, and also other communication possible. Yeah. But I think because 40 or 30 house, it means not too big. Yeah. So yes, LoRa and Wi-Fi is enough. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you. If there's no more further question, I think we can end the session. Thank you again to the speakers and both speakers for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kanok Tang Pimolat from National Electronics and Computer Technology Center or NECTEC in Thailand. I have been assigned to be the chair of the section number 6, ICT for Health and Welfare number 2. So in this section, we have 3 speakers. So for each speaker, you have 15 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for the question. And when the timekeeper link one time, it means that you have 2 minutes left. So the first speaker, Dr. Sayed. Yeah. Sorry?
Just say it. No,
okay. So if you are ready, please start.
All right. All right, hello everyone, good afternoon. I hope you all have had a good day so far. All right, so I'm Syed Tahlil Hussain. I'm from University of Technology Malaysia, and I'm representing the CURE team who couldn't be here, unfortunately. It was a small team that was built during a quantum hackathon early this year, and this project is a result of that hackathon. So what were the intentions behind this, right? We wanted to produce an algorithm that enabled us to be able to diagnose Alzheimer's earlier, specifically in the context of Southeast Asia. And so that's why we turned to quantum. And I'll get into the technicalities of all of that in a few minutes. But before that, I wanted to tell you about what is the problem and what is the problem that we want to tackle and why we want to tackle it in the first place. So Alzheimer's, obviously, everyone's heard of it. It is a disease that is a worldwide phenomena. It accounts for around 60 to 80% of all dementia cases. And it's just not something that affects the whole world, and it specifically affects Southeast Asia to a very large extent as well. For example, in Southeast Asia, mortality deaths related to Alzheimer's increased from 29,000 in the 90s to around 95,000 in the next 30 years. It's expected to increase by 226% by the year 2050. And so it's a dramatic increase that we're seeing not only worldwide, but specifically in Southeast Asia as well, to the point where it's been called a Alzheimer's epidemic to a very large extent. Now, the problem is not just the fact that people are becoming diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Even if we use computational methods such as convolutional neural networks or ResNets, it adds certain challenges as well. For example, the fact that there's very limited data sets in Southeast Asia to train these systems on, because a lot of publicly available data sets that we have, or data sets in general, are very Western focused. We have different physiologies than these people, we have different genetics than these people, so there's just no proper data set that is specifically for Southeast Asians, right? Secondly, there's very high computational costs in and of itself. You need very expensive GPUs. You have to have a lot of computational power as well. And thirdly, obviously, the concept of using machine learning doesn't give you much interpretability in terms of the medical aspect of it, and generalizability as well in low resource settings specifically. So how did we try and tackle this problem? Well, the targets that we tried to set for ourselves was that we have to make a early stage Alzheimer's prediction systems that can diagnose patients before there's very severe cognitive decline. How we tried to do that is we tried to use a quantum enhanced diagnostic algorithm, which gives us the ability to have like accurate and interpretable data using quantum derived biomarkers potentially. Secondly, we had to make sure that it is efficient enough to work with very small data sets, specifically in the context of Southeast Asia. And thirdly, to make it so that it can be clinically integrated within hospitals in this region and not make it so that you have to like revamp the entire medical system to be able to use it to a very large extent. So how did we try and do that? Well, first of all, we took a very normal MRI scan, and then we put it into a light unit, which is a light segmentation model that we trained on a CAM pseudomask, which then basically what it does is that it segments out the parts of the brain that are known to be very affected by Alzheimer's. For example, the hippocampus or the entorhinal cortex, right? So we only focus our computational power on those specific regions. After that, what we did was we put it into a ZZ feature map, which is a quantum feature embedding, which basically what it does is it converts the entire image into a 64-dimensional vector. So it basically becomes numbers. So we can use, we can use that for a lot of different things. What we then did was we produced a reduced density matrix, which allows us to, specifically take the features of the image that we want and we want to utilize. And then we put it into what we call the stage classifier, which is basically a quantum convolutional neural network, which basically tells us if the patient is in a mild Alzheimer's range or a very mild Alzheimer's range, something like that. But this is something that has been, to a large extent, done before. What we then added to that was something we call the EES score, which I'll explain in a second or so. And then what we did was we combined all of these things, and we produced a 2 to 3 year Alzheimer's disease conversion predictor, which basically tells you what is the percentage or like the likability of you, developing full-on Alzheimer's within the next 2 to 3 years over time. All right, so what is the EES score, or what we call the entanglement entropy score? So quite simply, it is a quantum-inspired metric that we derive from the MRI slices themselves. Remember how I told you that we take out a 64-dimensional vector from the MRI slices? Well, we can basically embed that into an equation that measures entropy. For example, here we have the von Neumann entropy, which is a quantum measure of entropy. It's not classical, it is inherently quantum, right? So what it does is it basically measures the entanglement between different sectors of the brain or different segments of the brain from the MRI scans. And so it basically tells us like the brain's spatial structure becomes noisier and more disorganized, and so there's an increase in the entropy. So we wanted to see if there's actually any correlation between the two, whether a person becoming more prone to Alzheimer's makes them more like the EES score increasing or not. So that was the primary thing that we wanted to try out. And we tried it out, and we put everything into the equation, and this is what we got. We saw that like there's a direct linear correlation between a person's stage of Alzheimer's that they're in and the entanglement entropy score. So as you can see, like the major issue with diagnosing Alzheimer's is to differentiate between a person who has like no Alzheimer's and a person who has very mild Alzheimer's. So with the EES score, you can see that if the baseline is considered to be 0 at no impairment, the EES score gives like 100% increase in the EES score, which means that it makes it much easier to be able to diagnose Alzheimer's at a very early level. So that was something that was quite interesting to us. And so it basically sets the EES score up to be a potential biomarker or a computational biomarker that can be used for diagnoses in the future. We're not saying it's going to replace every form of biomarkers that exist, but if we have more biomarkers and we integrate them all together, it just makes it a lot easier to diagnose Alzheimer's at a much earlier stage. So basically what it's supposed to give, and what it gave us initially, is something like this, where we have a primary prediction of risk where it gives us like a 78% chance that you might have Alzheimer's within the next 36 months, and it gives you the EES score. And this is all validated using publicly available data, such as ADNI or OASIS, which is European, I guess, but that's why we want to integrate in Southeast Asia. Okay, so what are our plans, I suppose, with this project? Well, first of all, in phase 1, we want to collaborate with Southeast Asian labs and hospitals to produce data sets that we can actually use to train the models on purely Southeast Asian data sets so we can have more accurate results for Southeast Asians. Phase 2, obviously, phase 2 actually integrate it over via cloud with Southeast Asian hospitals and labs so they can kind of like initially try it out and see what it's like. And then lastly, obviously, scale it up and improve it over the years. So what impacts do we have in terms of like SDGs, for example? Well, one, obviously, it promotes better good health and well-being because you're able to detect earlier Alzheimer's earlier, and it reduces the burden of Alzheimer's because you can start treatment earlier and so on and so forth. It also allows better collaboration between not only just medical sectors but also quantum researchers and governments as well because publicly available data. Thirdly, obviously, it's an innovation in terms of medical technology. You're driving forward diagnosis, which is a huge market, especially in Thailand and countries in other countries in Southeast Asia. And lastly, it reduces inequalities. One of the major reasons that a lot of European countries are like improving in medical technologies is simply due to the fact that they have much more data. So if you have more data in Southeast Asia that we can use for like quantum research and whatnot, it just bridges the gap between those countries as well. And so this is supposed to be a video, but I don't think it can play. So this is sort of like the prototype that we have for the EES metric, where you basically upload an MRI slice and it should show you like the EES score and so on and so forth, but this video does not play. So lastly, what are the outcomes that we hope to achieve from this? Well, first of all, we want to create a regional MRI data set for Alzheimer's and design a cloud-based platform for us to actually use it and integrate it with hospitals within Southeast Asia. Secondly, we want to have like multinational teams. We already have a collaboration between 3 countries in Southeast Asia, which is just like our team in and of itself. And so we want to have quantum AI for healthcare as well. And lastly, obviously, we want to have publications as well. But we want to also explore, since it is basically neural research using AI, we can expand it to other forms of diseases such as this, for example, Parkinson's or Huntington disease. So it's not just restricted to like Alzheimer's itself, although it is the initial idea, I guess. Lastly, obviously, these are like a summary of what we wanted to do. So we targeted being able to accurately detect Alzheimer's very early on, and I think that kind of shows that we have the potential to do so. We have a method that produces a potential novel biomarker that can be used purely quantum. It's not something you can do classically, although you can use classical computers, but you just need to have the entropy in and of itself is quantum. So yeah, it's quantum. Thirdly, it's you're producing a new diagnostic tool in and of itself, which you can just use on purely pre-existing systems. So you don't need to upgrade anything, or you don't need to change anything within the medical centers. You can still use the same equipment. You just need another software, I guess. And lastly, obviously, we want to be able to validate it clinically so we can actually put it into practice within public medical sectors and whatnot. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for a very impressive presentation. So now it's time for question and suggestion. Okay.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. So I understand you're using quantum. So first of all, is usual machine learning AI be sufficient, and what is the additional advantage of using quantum computing?
Right. So I think there's a few advantages just for the quantum perspective. One is that, like I said before, we have limited data sets for Southeast Asia. So quantum AI, I guess, quantum ML does better on smaller data sets just based on like overfitting. Classical ML tends to overfit the data, so it doesn't do as well using small data sets. That's one. Secondly is the EES score, which isn't quantum ML. It's just based on a quantum equation, you can say. So that one you can use a classical computer, but you just need the quantum entanglement. So what it does, it measures the entanglement between different regions of the brain, which basically simulates the structure, I suppose. If you want to do that classically, you would have to have a lot more data just for that, because you want to train it on the correlation, I guess.
Okay, please.
Okay.
Thank you for good presentation. You mentioned well about the problem with analyzing dementia or Alzheimer is that you have limited data sets and also imbalance. I think those are two different things. I'm focused on because you said it's imbalanced data set, so it's highly possible that even you use entanglement that you end up with false positive. So how do you maintain that?
It's true, yes, you can potentially, but purely on a theoretical standpoint, if you use quantum, the risk of overfitting is reduced because classical data sets tend to overfit the training data. And so when you actually implement it during validation, it kind of like has higher chance of false positive compared to a classical data, which is basically, if I can show you this one. So one of the things here purely focuses on how like quantum kernels are able to produce better data classification simply based on like the ability to entangle different qubits, qubits, regions.
But using these figures, I thought that if you detect this organization, it can be from somewhere else, not necessarily from dementia. Is that correct?
Potentially, yeah. That's why I said we can expand it into different neurological disorders. It's not purely Alzheimer's, but all of this is trained on purely Alzheimer's data sets. So these, for example, an Oasis data set is only Alzheimer's patients' data sets. So we trained it on that alone and validated it as well.
Oh, okay. But it can be possible that
it can be possible, yes,
multiple traits.
Yeah, that's why I said like there would have to be more research to differentiate between different types.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That was a great question. Thank you.
I think we still have time
Sorry.
for one more question.
So can I have a quick question?
Sure.
So you mentioned the entanglement entropy score. So and you think that you said the different regions in the brain are quantum mechanically entangled. Is that right? True?
As
the
in
distance.
No, as in okay, theoretically speaking, yes, entanglement can happen between anything that you entangle, regardless of distance. But for this one, we're obviously using the MRI scans. So basically, the different pixels in the MRI represent the different regions of the brain, obviously. So what we try and measure is that the entropy inherently measures like the loss of, for example, if purely talking on pixels, it measures the loss of, similar to classical entropy, it measures the loss of pixelation and so on and so forth. But the only difference now is that every pixel in the image is now quantum mechanically entangled. So basically it gives you correlation, which is not possible classically. Yeah.
Yes, may I have one more question? Yeah, I would like to know, in your presentation, you focus on the small data set. So I would like to know how large are existing data sets and what is the target number of the data set in the phase one?
So when we did the training and validation for this one, we used the Oasis datasets, which is publicly available, but it's all European datasets. I think we used around 80 MRI images for just the training and another 80 for validation. So if we want to do it clinically, we have to look at a lot of different factors, not just the EES score. We need to look, like he said, we need to differentiate between different diseases that come up. So I think we would need more data sets, maybe around 200, 300, but like that's just for the clinical validation part, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So if no more question and suggestions, thank you so much again, Dr. Sayed. The next speaker from Dr. Nopadon from NICTEC. So please. So please start if you are ready.
Okay, good afternoon and thank you very much. It's my honor to be invited as a representative of the team for this project. So the project that I'm going to propose to ASEAN IVO program is the development of spectroscopic AI and IoT database using surface-enhanced Raman spectroscopy for tuberculosis diagnosis screening across Thailand and Laos. And in this project, we have PI and co-PI from the College of Medicine from Khon Kaen University and from Laos. And me and my colleagues in NECTEC, we are responsible for developing the nanosensor and spectrometer to read the nanosensor and spectroscopic AI. And what I would like to inform you about this project is that we have everything ready. Actually, we already have a prototype. We have the nanosensor, and we have the data set of patients. But what we have, okay, we have a large data set of the patient, more than 1,000 patients, but that only specific to Thailand. And what we would like to propose in this project is we want to expand the implementation to the ASEAN country, that is Laos, in this project. And okay, for the background, why it's important, tuberculosis. So that is a lung disease, and okay, in the worldwide have 10 million active cases and okay, 1.5 million deaths annually worldwide. Okay, maybe it's not sound like a lot, but if you look at the second one, 25% of the global population infected with latent TB. So latent TB means they have the tuberculosis bacteria in the body, but not develop the symptom yet. But from the statistic, around 5 to 10% of these people who have latent TB will develop the symptom, around 5 to 10% in their lifetime. And yeah, this one is very scary. Like, okay, in this room, I think probably like 5 or 6 people will have positive latent TB, but you don't know. And okay, because when we look at the statistics, like in South Asia, have like a 36%, that means around 4 people every 10 people have the latent TB. And in Europe or in Japan, maybe around 10%. That's still very high. And okay, in Thailand and Laos, actually is a very high burden region. Okay, for the number of active cases, maybe not a lot, but as I say, the number of latent TB, more than 30%, 36% exactly. And WHO want to reduce the number of active TB to 10 to 100,000 by year 2035. That means reduce from current number allowed to 10% to less than 10% of this current number. And that is very difficult because if we don't know who have latent TB, how we gonna stop the TB? Even we stop the people who have the active TB, but someday people who have the latent TB will become a new active TB patient. And to test the latent TB now, they use a technique called interferon gamma assay analysis, or IGRA. That is very expensive and slow because it will take 2 days like before knowing the result. And for one test, it's cost like $50. They're very expensive. And especially in Thailand and probably in ASEAN country, when you know like who have the latent TB, you have to wait for 2 days. And a lot of time, like patients who came to the hospital, they are immigrants. And after 2 days, they were not coming back for you to give the medicine for them like to cure. So that will be very difficult if we don't. That's why we need a new technique. In this project, we use the technique called Raman spectroscopy and surface-enhanced Raman spectroscopy. So this technique can give the result within 5 minutes by taking the fingerprint of the Raman surface-enhanced Raman spectrum and use the AI to identify. And in our study, recent study, we have done with the patient, number of patients in Thailand, almost 2,000 patients. Like half of them have positive result and half of them have a negative result from IGRA. And we found that this technique can give the result within 5 minutes. And the accuracy compared to IGRA is 80 to 94%. That is very high. And especially for IGRA, actually the accuracy is around 95%. So maybe who knows, maybe this technique is more accurate than the conventional technique that they use in recent day. So, okay, our team already have the nanostructure for surface enhanced Raman. This one developed in NECTEC for more than 10 years and have been commercialized for more than 10 years too. And the performance is one of the best in the world, that's what I can say. And also we develop our own spectrometer too. And in this project, what we want to do is, because now we have the data set for the patient in Thailand, and we don't know when we get the sample from other country like Laos or other Asian country, the way that they correct the specimen gonna be the same or not, and the accuracy gonna be the same like what we report before or not. So that's the main goal of this project. Okay, and actually, okay, the final goal is to get the rapid and low cost and decentralized TB scanning based on AI across Thailand and Laos. And this will depend a lot of on the how strong is the fundamental of the ICT system between Thailand and Laos. And because what we're going to do is we will take the system and then do the diagnosis in the community at anywhere at any time. So, and the system will send the result to the crowd and then give the prediction for the screening test, like people, the patient or people who coming have the latent TB or not. And okay, this is a very real challenge. Like we can implement the technique that now we are developing in Thailand to other ASEAN country or not. And actually for the project, for the ongoing project, we're going to go to the community next week in northeastern Thailand to test this system. And we hope that next year we can implement this system in other countries in Laos as well. And this, I want to show the ecosystem of the method that we proposed in this project is, okay, we have the surface enhanced Raman chip that I already say like it's already commercialized and it's available to buy. And we have the publication like from only for tuberculosis. We have 3 publications already, and the last one is last year. And but actually this substrate have been proved in for many fields like forensic science and for detect the narcotic drugs. And actually for the publication based on this sensor itself, it's more than 30 now. And we also developed the portable Raman system that can read and send the data to the crowd and send the prediction back to the system. This one also developed in NECTEC. Because in the field, we cannot use the benchtop Raman system for sure. This it's not movable and it's very expensive. So that's why we have the ecosystem ready. We have the chip and we have the spectrometer, portable one. And this is the method, like what we're going to do. Like we take the specimen from the patient, so that is the whole blood, and then we separate to get the blood serum from the patient, and then drop on the surface enhanced Raman chip, and then get the fingerprint spectra, and then we send the data back to the crowd, and in the crowd already have the model that do the prediction between the people positive and negative latent TB. And then we send back the data to the system. Okay, and the clinician know right away in 5 minutes. When they know, they can give the medicine to the patient, and then it just take only 6 months. This latent TB will get cured. Like actually, so that another story how we know that they get cured. But okay, actually the efficacy of this medicine is very high. Actually, for taking 1 dose for 6 months, like mostly the LTBI will be gone. And yeah, so this out the flow. Okay, it's just like previous slide. We get the sample, we prepare the sample on site. This may take 30 minutes, and then drop on the search ship, use the portable spectrometer, get the data, send to the crowd. And we hope in this project, actually this one we're going to implement in northeastern Thailand next week. That's what I told. But we hope next year we can do in both Thailand and Laos by implementing this technique. And for the output and outcome, yeah, for the scientific view, yeah, we get the new diagnostic technology and new application like use of spectroscopic AI to diagnose TB for Laos and Thailand. And so we will know the performance, like when we get the database data set from Thailand, the accuracy is still same or not when we employ in other country. And for sure, because we work with the university, so publication is still important. And for the societal impact, yeah, we will get a database for the TB diagnosis, like not only from Thailand, but from other ASEAN countries, starting with Laos. And okay, this is gonna be TB screening for the risk group. So it can do like with a lot of number of patients in a day, because it takes only a few minutes to get the diagnosis results. And so this will start a collaborative between research group in Thailand and Laos and other Asian country, and get the trained research assistant like all of this project too. And for the impact, yeah, it's broaden the application for spectroscopic AI and get the technology transfer to other Asian country. And we hope, like for the social impact, to reduce the number of TB patients in the future and help end TB, like for the WHO mission that they want to end it within 10 years, and start a long-term collaboration between Thai and other ASEAN countries for this technology. And this is the conclusion. So for the target, we want to have the collaboration between Thai and Laos to get the sample, to develop the real-time data transmission and network connectivity of Raman technology to support decentralized diagnosis capability between Thai and Laos. And for the method, in this project, we want to collect more number of patients. The number is 240 patients, so 120 from Thailand and another 120 from Laos, and use the data set that we already have trained to see the performance, how the ecosystem that we have been developed for many years, how it's worked with this new set of sample. And then develop cross-border spectroscopic database, yeah, between Thai and Laos, and we hope like to get to other ASEAN countries like Cambodia and Burma in maybe in the next phase. And okay, we hope this new technology can really support the NTB strategy of WHO in the coming years. Thank you very much. And if you have a question, I would be happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for very nice presentation. We have 6 minutes left for question and suggestion. Please.
Yes.
Usually, because I'm not expert in TB,
yeah,
but in the knowledge, TB is an intracellular parasite or bacteria, right? It means they live in the organism such as lung cell, epithelium cell, macrophage, something like this, right? And during the latent phase, it also live in the macrophage. And how to secrete to plasma, and how much of the antigen to secrete to plasma, because it's in the cell, right? My question.
Yes. And the question is
how to secrete much more, and you can detect by your technique, because your technique is an excellent technique, right? But it's a during latent period, is inside the cell, it's not secret outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my question is how to detect it.
Yeah, we
small sample size.
We believe that's what is detect is something secret from the cell, but we don't know. Because these are label-free techniques, that means we don't know what type of biomarker that is detect. But for the conventional technique like interferon gamma assay. So that one they detect the interferon gamma, so not directly detect the bacteria also. So yeah, we think it's maybe same analogy, but for that one they target the interferon gamma, but this one we don't know yet because yeah, hundreds of proteins in the blood serum, but the performance is very high, and there is ongoing work how to explain like actually what the AI really detect, and yeah, that is still ongoing to get the explainability for this AI.
Mean your technique detect indirect, not the organism or not antigen of
No single biomarker detected.
From such as interferon is cytokine, not the antigen or parasite, antigen or bacteria, right?
No, and yeah, that's pro and con, because the good thing is we don't have to prepare the sample a lot, so we can just detect the whole sample. But yeah, the explainability, maybe some people who want us to explain what kind of protein responsible for that, maybe it's not a single one, yeah, for sure, because the AI can learn from any feature, and there are a lot of features in the Raman spectra.
Maybe your technique detect the host response such as cytokine, chemokine, right?
Yeah.
But not detect the antigen directly, right?
Yes,
Is it correct?
Yeah, that's possible. Actually, this technique, we're not only working with the tuberculosis, we're also working with the dengue and also cancer with your team. And for dengue, actually, they have the data of cytokine, and when we incorporate the cytokine data with this Raman spectra, the accuracy increased a lot too. So yeah, I think it's complementary. It could be the same thing or it could be different. Yeah, we don't know yet. No.
It's different from cancer, because cancer cell can secrete antigen, can secrete DNA, complementary DNA or genetic DNA or RNA or protein, so on, right? From cancer itself. But in your case, you didn't measure the from secrete the organism, right?
Yeah, actually we don't know. But what I can tell you, like for the dengue, actually the spectrum, when we look at the two groups between negative and positive, we see some difference in one area of the spectrum. But for TB and cancer, we don't see something like that. So yeah. Yes, please.
I have two questions. First one is your diagnostic is cheaper than the standard one, and the accuracy. The second one is, does the accuracy better than the gold standard? And maybe the third one is, there are many types of TB. You have the TB on the spine or patch disease, or is it pulmonary or extrapulmonary TB? So can you also diagnose those types of TB?
Yeah, we hope so. But now we start with the large set of the specimen, but it's a retrospective sample. So we don't have other information except the like ECLA positive or negative and age. That's all. And yeah, now the ongoing work, like we get the prospective sample. Yeah, and we have that all kind of like people who have HIV positive or not, and yeah, people different kind of other lung disease that not TB but have the symptom like TB. Yeah, now we are collecting a new set of data. Yeah, to get into the better model. Yeah, to have all the factor included. So yeah, that is ongoing work, and it's a very good question. And also we hope like this one technique, it can classify like into many groups, like as you mentioned. But we need more data, and data with the result from the gold standard technique.
So meaning, compared with the sputum test and other tests, does your accuracy at par with the
sputum test is only for active TB. So for latent TB now have only ICLA. So and ICRA is not a good standard too. That's what I heard. So actually, maybe we have to try to find other techniques like to train the model too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, because it's time now, I think you can discuss further in the during the break. Thank you so much, Dr. Noppadol.
Thank you.
For the next speaker, Dr. Wang Phúc Wang from Vietnam. So if you are ready, please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor to be here to present our presentation on the IVO forum. So I'm present this one on behalf of our research group with the work title of the AI Power Internet of Medical Things System for Contactless Monitoring of Dengue Fever in ASEAN. So for the member of this work, we propose we had a collaboration with professor in University of Electrical Communication in Japan, and also the professor in right here Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, and some other member from Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology. So also we had some member from the hospital for the real application. So for the background of our research, maybe you know that Asian country face a concern about the infectious disease, especially dengue fever, because of the tropical climate. So at the information from UNICEF that dengue fever across the Asian countries is very, very crucial, very important. And in the mid of this year, in Vietnam, have more than nearly 30,000 cases of dengue fever, and we had some deaths by this disease. And also in Singapore, there are some. We also have many cases, more than 13,000 dengue fever cases, and also in other countries like Cambodia, and also. So it means that the monitor of vital signs, especially for application in the dengue fever countermeasure, is very important. So in this research, our target is that first we would like to using to establish a network with some terminal in Vietnam and Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh City, and in Cambodia, and also in some other place to connect the data for the monitor of the dengue fever. Like some, we use the data device, we use the thermal imaging scanner and pulse oximeter, and we will obtain the vital sign. Vital sign means that the important information about the body, such as like the respiration rate, heart rate variation, body temperature, and blood pressure with high precision and using the signal processing and AI deep learning techniques to improve the performance of the system. And we try to propose the techniques for fast disease screening of the dengue fever patient, and we try to enable the status analysis of the dengue fever using the machine learning techniques, and we would like to provide the training for the PhD students across some university like Vietnam National University, Leiden Technical University, and UEC in Japan, NTU in Singapore, and also the KIDC in Cambodia. So for the proposed method, we will divide the work into some work package. The first one, we do like the data acquisition. So we try to propose the non-contact and non-invasive methods that we use some For example, from the radar, we can scan the patient. We can use thermal imaging device and some pulse oximeter to monitor the vital sign of the patient. And in the second package, we would like to activate the network we call the IoMT, Internet of Medical Things Network, in different locations, like from in Vietnam, Cambodia, and also we would like to other countries like Singapore. And then we do the package 3 with the technique for signal processing using the machine learning. And the first step, we use some signal processing technique, like we use the algorithm to calibration and do some compensation and filtering. Is some advanced techniques for the signal processing, because the signal from many sensors needs some improvement for the quality. And then we apply the deep learning techniques for disease classification and pattern recognition for screening. And then we try to derive the vital sign with high precision, with some parameter like respiration rate, heart rate variation, and body temperature, blood pressure, and some oximeter and BMI information. And in the signal processing state, we will do some acquisition method, like we have the here we have the laser pointer here. We get the data from many sensors like radar, and then we use some transmitter. We can transmit over the network, and we do the real-time monitoring. We mean the continuously monitoring of the patient parameter, and we will apply some advanced machine learning and deep learning techniques to classify and recognize the density figure disease from the patient, from the sensor, and then we check the feature, and then we apply some neural network and deep learning for the system. And how about the impact of the project? The first one, we already have some fundamental results we doing in our university. We established some terminal in our university, and we get the data from some other from the patient, and we try to make the showcase for the technology we develop in this project, and then we can scale up for the larger scale for the future research. And for specific impact from the project, the first one is that we can demonstrate the feasibility of by using the dynamic IoMT system for disease outbreak monitoring across the multiple infection disease. Not only the density figure, but also we can apply for the other disease. And the second one, we can contribute with the advanced AI-based technology solution, and we can use a deep learning techniques for the development of this field in Asian country. And the third one, we can foster international collaboration for different university and institutions in Asian country and in Japan. And for the long-term vision, we would like to establish a long-term framework for Asian collaboration, and also the partner in Japan for this field of research. And we can summarize the output of our project. That's the first one. We established some terminal. The trial, we try to make the 5 China station in Vietnam, in Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh City, and Cambodia, and we will get the different vital signs from the terminal there, and we can get the fast screening of the dengue fever patient, and we at least more than 100 patients and more than 200 normal people, and then we do some advanced techniques for the analysis of the system, and we can transfer with UEC dataset in Japan, because professor in UEC Japan already has some similar dataset and result, and so we can compare and transfer with this partner. And for the publication, we will try to publish many journal and also conference paper, and we will try to organize many workshops in Hanoi, Phnom Penh, and also maybe also in Japan. And for the student training, we will engage some students from the bachelor level to PhD level to join in this project. And for the conclusion of this proposal, we would like to propose the IOMT network with the connect of the at least 5 terminals from Vietnam and Cambodia. And for the vital sign, we will make the high precision derivation of the vital sign, like from I just mentioned before. And also we will try to propose the fast disease screening, real time and continuously monitor of the disease with the fast dengue fever patient screening with more than 100 patients, and also normal control. And for the training, we will enjoy supervision from many partners for students, and for the method, we will combine advanced method from the data acquisition. We make the network. We use AI for screening and get the vital sign. And for clinical application, we will collaborate with medical doctors to apply this method in the hospital. And for the impact in the science and society impact, we will try to contribute the showcase of the technology, and we will propose the advanced solution, and we will foster the regional collaboration between Asian countries and also in Japan. And we already have made some fundamental research result. I would like to share a little very short video about the result we already published in some journal, and we establish the fundamental research in our university with some basic vital sign. For example, here we get the data
Excuse
from.
me, Dr. Wang, we have a 6 minutes left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So would you please conclude your presentation very soon?
Okay, I understand. So I just very more than half a minute. Just we get the data from the patient, and we can monitor in real time application. And here, and can get the real time vital sign monitoring from the patient, and we already has some Yes, some result here. Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Wang. So now it's time for the question and suggestion. So is there any comment? Okay, please.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is on the gold standard because you have a control and meaning you have patients who have dengue and without dengue.
Yes.
So so this one I understand that you are not creating invasive because most of them are just contact, right?
Yeah.
So which is good and it's a good system.
Yeah.
However, for clinical research, there's always like a gold standard, no, if you want to compare your result. For example, we know in dengue, the reason, I think the gold standard now is the platelets. So if you record the platelets, and then you would understand that the person has dengue by when the platelet is going down. So I don't know if you are comparing this gold standard with the existing one, with your system.
You mean to compare with ours or with the traditional one? Yes, that's why we in the board member we invite some medical doctor to join this research project. So we now doing developing the techniques. So yes, you mentioned it very useful for us. So we will compare between the proposal one and the traditional one, so we can get the data. So how how the reliability of this proposal. So I hope that in this forum we would like to invite more researchers from other countries, from other institutions to join.
Yeah, I think that the comment is if your clinic result, you classify that this person have a dengue fever.
Yes.
So you have to compare with the gold standard because your prediction may be fall or true, something like that. So, I also have a similar question. So for my understanding, the general symptom of the dengue fever is the high body temperature, headache, or less skin rash, something like that. And I wonder why do you need to monitor the respiration and the blood pressure?
Yes, I'm not the expert in the medical field, but when in our research group, we already discussed with medical doctor about this issue, because dengue fever not only the temperature, body temperature, and also other, it has some relationship between the symptom of the body temperature and other, especially the heart rate. When we had the dengue fever, the heart rate also change, and the respiration rate also has some change, and we had to connect as much as possible data. So we will train the network, the neural networks to classify the patient.
Yeah, okay, that is my comment, because in general, the symptom is not like the blood pressure or the respiration, but I'm still wondering, so you may
thank you very much for the
consult with the domain expert in your country. Or,
it's very useful comment for us.
Yeah, I also not the domain expert.
Yes.
We still have 1 minute left for I can accept one small question or comment. Okay, please.
Yes, I'm also working with the expert in dengue in Thailand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and seems like to identify dengue, seems like they have no problem with the strip test because they can use a strip test to test like people who have the symptom like dengue, but maybe they're not dengue. Seem like strip test can just very cheap and very quick. And but what they concern is the people who will develop the severity.
Yeah.
Like sometimes dengue just normal dengue, and when they have the immune complex, like maybe have the dengue for 2 different serotypes for the second time, and they will develop the severity. It seems like that one is the challenge gap that they want the technique to identify that. So I'm not sure like in your case like if identify the dengue and not dengue seem like maybe not a problem like as I know with the explain in Thailand.
Thank you very much for your very useful comment. So that's we will because we try to get a network not only for the patient by patient, for the large number of patients, so we can get the data for not only for the treatment but also for the large scale monitoring in the whole country and in the future for the also whole ASEAN. So I can discuss with him later. We limited time.
You can discuss because it's time now.
Thank you.
So once again, thank you so much, Dr. Wang.
Thank you very much.
So it's time now. So we already finished, complete all speaker. And once again, I would like to thank our speaker and the audience. And so I would like to close the section today. Thank you so much.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In this eighth season, there are two proposals that will be presented. Namely, the first proposal from Mr. Ho Jun Ang from University Brunei Darussalam. And the second proposal from Mr. Mulya Agung from Institut Teknologi Sains Bandung, Indonesia. I think they are already. Okay, thank you. So let's start the presentation. To Mr. Ho Jun Ang, please, it's time is yours. Thank you.
Right.
It's time for you is 15 minutes, and the timekeeper will remind you about the time left. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jun Ang, and I'll be presenting about the real-time wave energy forecasting with physics-informed Kolmogorov-Arnold networks, or PCANs for short. Okay, so what is the motivation of this study is that marine forecasting is really important, especially in ASEAN, since we are basically covered with bodies of water. So we would like to sometimes know how the waves would behave in marines. And so far, the existing problems is that for numerical models like computed fluid dynamics, the computational speed is quite slow or is too expensive. And data-driven models, machine learning, like long short-term memory or LSTM, are too black-boxed, as in they are not really interpretable. And yeah, they're also kind of slow a bit as well. And then there's also, for my literature review, I don't really see a lot of forecasting in terms of forecasting flume beds in literature in ASEAN. And also the lack of physical consistent is mostly data-driven, essentially. So the goal is to develop a real-time, low-cost, physics-informed ICT system, which is easily deployable hardware, such as Raspberry Pi and all that, which will be explained later. And this would be aligned with the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, or DFA, which is to contribute to the ASEAN's economy by 2030. So the target is to essentially build a smart IoT-enabled water tank for real-time monitoring. And it would also support the Wawasan Brunei 2035 and the UN SDGs 7 and 13, which will be discussed later as well. Yeah. So for the proposed method for the system architecture, first, there would be waves producing from a wave generator in the tank flume, and the wave heights and the period would be detected using ultrasonic sensors like cameras, ultrasonic sensors to detect the wave height, cameras, and pressure sensors as well. And data here would be sent to a ESP32, which uses the IoT aspect to send the data to an edge device, such as a Raspberry Pi. And it would process this data and apply machine learning algorithms, which will be stored in a cloud server, and such as ThinkSpeak and all that. And then it would be displayed in a dashboard so that it's easier to visualize. And for the data processing, the collected data would be collected and processed in the Raspberry Pi, where it will be cleaned, extracted, and it will go through many models, like LSTM, MLPs, physics-informed neural networks. But one particular algorithm that I want to try is the physics-informed Kolmogorov-Arnold network, where essentially it implements physics-informed neural networks, but it adds the activation function to be learnable parameters. And then the models would be benchmarked and would be compared, and they will be stored in a IoT dashboard in ThinkSpeak. And in terms of the tank, on how it would look like, is that the length of the tank would be 2 meters times 0.5 meters in width, with a 0.4 meters in height, and the working fluid would be around 0.26 meters max. And here there would be a wave generator where there would be a power supply connected to it with 2 steeper motor drivers pushing the actuator plates, which would be shown later. And there would also be a beach with a ratio of 1:8, so that it absorbs the wave, or absorbs as much as possible, so that none of it would reflect to the wave generator. And I've used steel to support this structure, and I've also used acrylic for better visualization purposes. And after simulating it, the deflection rate is very small, and so far there's not been any problems when I apply the finite element analysis method here to simulate the water waves. And moving on. So the wave generator, as mentioned before, would be around here, where it would push the actuator plate back and forth motion, generating the waves here. And to detect the height and the period, it would use ultrasonic sensors, depth cameras, and pressure sensors. And it would be sent to the ESP32. It will be sent into the ESP32, where it would be sent into the Raspberry Pi for processing purposes. For scientific impact, it would demonstrate that the AI, IoT, and physics-based computing would be integrated. And it would also give a more robust forecasting for fluid systems. Yeah. And in terms of technological impact, it will be scalable for wave forecasting and port safety. So if we know, like, if we implement this in a coastal region, for example, after training the model, we may be able to know if a high tide or low tide is coming in a shore, for example. And this would also align with the ASEAN Renewable Energy Roadmap of managing high shares of renewable energy by 2045. So, yeah. And in terms of societal and collaboration, it would also, again, support the OASAN 2035, the SDGs, the regional values of ASEAN Platform for Data-Driven Marine, and the other collaboration, which is under DFA. And yeah, so in terms of outcomes, I've trained some of the models here. So there is, these are some of the models, and I've used the open source data set in my literature review. And I've found out that in terms of pecan over here, the loss is quite less compared to the other models. And although the loss is slightly greater than other state-of-the-art models like LLTM and all that, in terms of physical, it has an advantage, which is having a higher physical interpretability. So, yeah. And yeah. And in terms of the timeline, until now, I have designed the tank, and I've simulated the models as well, and I've done the literature review. And for phase 2, 1.5 years from now, I'll be actually, yeah, almost 2 years from now, I'll be fabricating the tank and the sensors and integrating them. And for phase 3, which is a year, I would train the model and try to evaluate, which basically just train the model for forecasting, essentially. Yeah, so to summarize, the target is to develop low-cost, real-time ICT systems for wave forecasting by implementing an IoT data pipeline and physics-informed AI. And the impact would be integrating this under the ICT for advanced technologies and applications. And this would be aligning with the ASEAN goals like DFA, renewable energy systems, and other climate resilience projects. So in the future work, I'll extend the model for actual buoys for long-term forecasting and for dynamic marine conditions as well. And maybe I'll also scale up the digital energy platform that plugs into the DFFA and ACC SAP initiatives. And yeah, so thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Are you very efficient in using the time? Still 10 or 9 minutes to go now. Maybe many questions already in audience head now. So you know that this is this very good and very robust technology, especially also it is also in line with the purpose of the ASEAN and ICT IVO.
Yeah.
So hopefully, I hope there's many questions from the audience here. So the time, I invite audience to give some question, especially the steering committee maybe.
Okay, thank you. My question is that when you say you will scale up the method, for example, you have larger scale of the sensors and I don't know, is that big data? Do you still use Raspberry to run the machine learning, or you will use cloud or something?
For that one, it depends actually. If we want to add a buoy, for example, like a buoy system, something like this. Yeah. So if we add like if you want to use a buoy system, then maybe we can add a Raspberry Pi, or we can just build an internal computer inside here so that it can process the data remotely. Yeah, so yeah, something like that. We just build if it's this size, then we can build an internal computer inside. But if it's something smaller, then yeah, we would most likely have to add a Raspberry Pi. Yeah.
Okay, how about if it's more resources?
More resources.
I mean, computation resources.
More computational resources is, then most likely we'll train this data because because there are some trade-offs for if you want it to be more accurate, but if you want to make the shape of the buoy to be smaller, but then we have to sacrifice some accuracy by maybe dividing the time intervals to collect the data, extending it. So example, rather than gathering the data for every 10 minutes, maybe instead it has to gather data for every 30 minutes, for example.
Okay, so you control the granularity of the data.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any, please?
Sorry, the plan is to develop a prototype, right? Not the actual deployment.
Yeah, prototype for now.
For now.
Yeah.
So I noticed that your pressure. I mean, the question here is, what type of wave generator are you planning to develop?
For the wave generators, in terms of this system, or what kind of waves are we simulate?
Yes.
Yeah. We can just simulate any wave. We can simulate any wave conditions we want by using this system essentially. So we're basically just controlling the front and back trough of the waves. So we can simulate some of the waves that we want. So that we can train a model. for deployment if you add a buoy here, for example, where you can train the data, something like that.
The challenge here is that the pressure transducer should not be part of your buoy because otherwise it will be carried. I mean the fixed. Anyway, another question is on your P6, your PCAN, Kolmogorov network. So you're just basically using the PCAN and not on the your structure. Yeah.
Yeah. But before deployment, I'll also try to use other models like LSTMs, MLPs, rainforests. But I just find that using PCANs is more interesting. I just want to explore more on it.
Yes. So the primary goal is to develop a model that would forecast wave energy, right?
Yeah.
So, but in harnessing wave energy, there are different technologies. Can be vertical or it can be horizontal or whatever designs, Kaplan or whatever. Using different turbine or whatever. So, I'm not sure if that is part of your consideration.
One of my considerations is maybe this can be implemented in a wave energy converter, because maybe in future wave energy converters, maybe there's we can add some small computer in it, and it will be trained from this model, perhaps. So something like that. It's like it has a mini computer built in, so that it can forecast which waves to. Because in most wave energy converters, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it has to be set up for high tides and low tides to make it more efficient. So if it knows that a high tide is coming, then the wave energy converter can be optimized to set it to make it ready to capture high waves, for example, and vice versa.
High tide and low tide, you can just get the library.
Yeah.
It's already available. So highly forecasted.
Yeah.
So, and also the different water level, different pressure.
Yeah.
So that's also part of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any question? Okay. Waiting for the next question. I just want to ask a simple question. It is about the ASEAN collaboration mechanism. To achieve the regional collaboration in data sharing, are there plans to develop an open source protocol or standard API to integrate wave sensor data from a different coastal testbed across ASEAN? If there are, do you have which institution or country are the initial partner targeting for regional testbed validation? This is a test of the readiness of the collaboration execution. I think it's very important for the country like Indonesia, which is surrounding by we have many coastal. So we have to be ready if you want to ask us to be collaboration, something like that. Can you answer that?
Can you rephrase the question again? I'm sorry.
It's about the develop an open source protocol or standard API to integrate the wave sensor data from different coastal testbed. Do you have a plan to do that?
Yeah. So after developing the system and the framework, I might just publish it and share it with the ASEAN community on how to implement it. Yeah. So in terms of
you can mention this one.
Yeah.
And the second one about the contribution of the disaster preparedness in the context of early warning of storm surge. The advantage of the model lies in the speed, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what is PINCAN unique contribution to disaster forecasting compared to existing operational model such as SWAN that can run on high performance?
Like SWAN and SWASH, right?
Yeah,
the computation model. They can
performance class.
Yeah. Because they can be used. It's just that they just require higher computational costs. So compared to the model that I'm making, essentially. So it depends on the system. Like, if does the user want to invest in SWAN or CFDs to predict the forecasting, but with a trade-off of higher computations, like higher GPUs, more expensive CPUs, and etc. Or do they want a more data-driven approach, like pecans, for example, or LSTM? So yeah, it depends on the user, essentially.
Okay, still more minute to have any question? It's okay. So I think thank you very much for your presentation. Hopefully you can continue to the call for proposal.
Yeah.
We're waiting there.
Okay. All right,
Thank
okay.
you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay. The second speaker will be Pak. Whichever is. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, this one. Yeah. Will be Pak Mulya Agung from Institut Teknologi Sains Bandung, Indonesia. Time is yours, Pak.
Thank you, Bu. Good afternoon, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present one of my work. I hope you still have spirit in these sleepy hours. So today I will be presenting resource-efficient approach for large-scale genome-wide association studies. My name is Mulya, and I'm from Institut Teknologi Sains Bandung, Indonesia. But this is actually one part of program across the collaboration across the globe from University of Edinburgh and Korean Institute of Science and Technology. So first I want to talk about the background of this research. So what is genome-wide association studies, usually called GWAS, is actually the discovery of associations between genetic variations and traits. And so far, more than 90,000 GWAS have been performed as of 2024, and it's not slowing down. And for you that's not familiar with the GWAS, suppose we have genotype. It's information of variation in the genome between individuals. So we like to know the association between the genes variations and the phenotypes or traits of our interest. This can be many things. This can be measurable traits like height or weight, or diseases like diabetes, cancer. Also, the previous presentation is Alzheimer or dementia. And also, if we talk about animals and plants, it's about yield production, disease resistance, and so on. So basically, there are two computational problems of GWAS currently. The first is computationally expensive, and the second is really prone to false positive due to the multiple testing. So the first is computationally expensive because currently we can have millions to billions of genetic variation to be tested. And we really need a lot of computational resource to do that. And then related to false positive, usually typical GWAS perform some statistical correction to maintain false positive. Like maybe you already know the simple one is Bonferroni corrections. But the simplest approach usually sacrifice the power. The statistical power or false negative. It means that you end up with not insufficient discoveries. So we need sophisticated statistical correction, but it's again is computationally expensive. So related to the ASEAN IVO program, so one of our current targets are GWAS on bananas, specifically wild bananas or Musa acuminata species. It's essential fruits around the world, but Southeast Asia and also ASEAN is a major part of them. And while some studies have been done to do GWAS on cultivated bananas, but there's still very, very limited studies on the wild bananas, although it's very important for conservation and breeding. For instance, the banana producer usually look for gene variation that associated with specific morphology like fruit quality, yield, and agronomic features. And regarding the computational cost, so the wild bananas is very different than cultivated bananas because they have high genetic diversity across the wild varieties, for example, on morphological traits. So this figure shows PCA analysis result from studied by one of our collaborators in Berlin. So they did genetic analysis across bananas in Sumatra. So we can find that there are actually many morphological traits. So each point is a morphological trait. It means there's small difference in the bananas. But we can see that even we can cluster them, there are still related morphological traits and also unrelated morphological traits. So this gives motivation. If we can understand the the gene variation to the related, unrelated morphological traits, we can we can develop varieties of bananas that have desirable traits like high production or high fruit quality. And the second cause of problem is the decrease in sequencing costs. For example, next generation sequencing is going cheaper, and we can end up with whole genome sequencing. In bananas, it has been reported tens of millions of variations so far, and despite this large number, open possibilities for discovery, it still introduce the GWAS challenge that I mentioned before. So next, I will introduce the proposed method. The first method, called CMA, or corrected meta-analysis approach, is basically defined on cohere approach of GWAS. So in traditional GWAS, we usually use whole samples and variants to do GWAS, which can be very demanding in terms of memory space and also longer analysis time. So CMA, different than the traditional, it split the whole cohort, the largest cohort, into smaller subsets, and then it can compute the smaller subsets independently, and then it combines all the results from the subsets to get the final result of GWAS. So in the end, the input is the same, but the output, and the output is also the same, just the process is different. So there are two benefits of the method. The first is by splitting the cohorts, we can use a smaller and cheaper computer to run smaller workloads. And then we can also improve the efficiency by running them in parallel to use a large number of cores. If we have that, if we don't have that, we can have large, smaller memories. And then this figure shows that the current evaluation on the human datasets, we can say that CMA has a comparable statistical performance, but in terms of the resource efficiency, it's much faster compared with the existing state of the art. It's almost 10 times in the same machines, and also with less memory usage, which linearly decrease with the number of splits that we have. So this method has been published on Genetics, so you can read the further method, and also it's open source. You can obtain it in the repository. The second method is called GWAS. It's focused on GWAS permutation on GPUs. As I mentioned before in the first hand, one problem of the GWAS is false positive. So the gold standard for maintaining false positive is permutation testing. Maybe all of you are already familiar with permutation testing. It's very accurate, but it's often impractical because it needs large computational resources, especially if you have a lot of genetic data. For example, in this figure, you can show that in the normal, compared with the normal GWAS, the number of the permutation will increase the number of regression linearly with the number of permutation, and also consequently with the complexity of matrix multiplications and inverse. But meanwhile, we have a little hope that for 50 years of microprocessor trend architecture development, currently we have many hardwares that have a large number of cores. Because we cannot improve significantly anymore the single thread performance due to the power constraints. So like GPU, we can have thousands or 10,000 cores in one GPU card. So by this trend, the GWAX want to exploit the current development, the architecture development to make the permutation more tractable or more practical. So compared with the previous method or existing method on CPU, we basically will offload the phenotype and trait into the GPU, and then we run them inside the GPU, including the permutations, and then we get the result transferred to the CPU. So GWAX is also open source. You can obtain it from the repository, and the publication currently is still bioRxiv. You can also get evaluation and the detail of the method in the paper. So in terms of the GPU optimization or performance, it performs 3 basic steps. The first is, genotype or genetic data can be very large, and we also know the one problem of GPU, the memory is very limited and it's small. So how basically we want to load all the genotype on the large genotype is impossible. So GWAX addressed that problem by partitioning the genotype into smaller markers. So it doesn't matter you have how large genotype, you can make it smaller and sequentially process that on this GPU. And the second is, like I mentioned before, GPU have 1,000 to perhaps 10,000 cores, but currently there is no GWAS method or permutation. We can utilize all of them. Even we can run some methods on GPU, but it's not efficient. So it performs batch regression by markers to maximize the GPU utilization. And the last one, because GPU usually is accelerator and is installed on CPU, so we basically need to offload the data. We need to transfer the data before we can run the computation on GPU, and it can introduce the inefficiency or computer delay. So GWAX overlapping data transfer with kernel computation to hide the latency or delays caused by the data transfer. As a result, this is some result. It can be 100 times faster than the current state of the art on a supercomputer with 88% less energy usage. And compared with the same existing, the recent method on GPU is also 100 times faster. So it means that if we use GWAX, we can replace 100 machine or server just using a single GPU card. So next, I will present the impacts of these methods. First is, since 2008, genomics data is outpacing Moore's law by a factor of 4. What does it mean? It means that even we have a really large genomic data, we cannot do anything on it because it's almost impossible with the current methods and current systems to do analysis on this genomic data set. But meanwhile, we have a computer architecture shift using accelerator like GPU, like quantum computing, or perhaps FPGA and so on. So basically this accelerator is based on the idea that you have a large number of cores, but the problem is how to utilize the number of cores. So this approach, we hope that will support this kind of problem, and the growth of genomic data size scale, which requires resource efficient method, is addressed by this method. We also expect that the further development of software in genomic research and also in GWAS will be based on our approach to mitigate the challenge associated with large data size. So the second impact is more related to ICT. So since 2010, cloud computing has already been used in biology and also genomic research to utilize data-intensive computing, also to support large data sets. And also it's becoming more common because cloud computing, in cloud, you can, it can facilitate data sharing and then data governance and data harmonization, and also including the reproducibility in research, which is quite important in biology or in genomic research to be reproducible. So this approach will promote the sustainability goals in ICT because it benefits the research community, especially researchers with limited resources, because it's becoming common and scarce budget and funding. And the last impact, but are not least, as I mentioned before, GWAS is not human-only problem, but also you can use it for animals and plants. There are a lot of studies that you can do, and we hope that this resource will foster the collaboration, like the example that on bananas that we are doing. So in the research output, we generally want to create GWAS pipeline for bananas, and we hope it can be used for Southeast Asia because it's a major part of bananas. So it includes the public data set that you can use. Our current trait focus is Fusarium resistance and morphology traits and yield. And so we want to provide linkage and kinship reference across varieties that will be useful for producer or for people that doing the breeding of bananas. And also GWAS summary statistic in public database. And in the end, we want to, we provide a genetic basis of Musa acuminata that help us to understand the genetic heritability of across the traits. Okay, sorry for the late. So the conclusion is GWAS is powerful, and there is a current big data problem of the genomic research. We present resource efficient approach. One ongoing project is to use it for wild bananas on Southeast Asia, and we expect further development will be based on our approach. And this is the approach. The methods are open source. You can access it. And this is the collaboration, including the collaboration from national agency in Indonesia. And thank you for attention. I will be happy to get any question.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any, I think in my opinion, this proposal is very good and technology challenge in the futures, but maybe in audience many question in Ismat, please, I invite you to give the question. If not yet there, I have some question.
Okay.
It's about the regional implementation. It's about the genomic resources of wild banana.
Yes, exactly.
Just I don't, compared to my country, this is the first time I know this one. The proposals state that this framework will apply to wild banana in Indonesia. I think, yeah.
Yeah, correct.
The genomic data, genotype, and early phenotype for wild banana available at the sufficient scale to test the big data efficiency claims?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. If, are you okay? So, further question I didn't ask again. Because if I want to ask this, if not, how will this data acquisition plan be synchronized with the development of the tool about the efficiency metric in ASEAN? That is what I called it.
Okay, it's a very good question and challenging question. So currently we are collaborating with national agency, and we are still exploring collaboration opportunity across ASEAN, not only Indonesia. For example, in the previous study of, I think it's also published in recent publication that some morphological data of wild bananas are sharing also in Malaysia. Very large number of morphological traits are sharing. So in the end, we want to find, so before, for example, 10 years ago, we cannot do whole genome sequencing, especially in bananas, because it's very expensive. But now it's going to be cheaper. And we like to have whole genome sequencing in wild bananas across the varieties, for example. So we get one sample of its varieties, and we sequence it somehow. So that's why we are also exploring funding for that. And then the most expensive one is actually the phenotyping, because we need to actually get data from the fields, for example, fruit quality, and then the shape of the banana, and then the resistance to the virus Fusarium. So if we get that phenotype and detail of genome sequencing data, we need a computational method to make sure that we can utilize the data and get discoveries without false positive. That's, I think, the relationship.
Okay. Is there? Okay, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Mulia, for your wonderful presentation. So I would like to ask about what type of database that suitable for this representation, because the data is big, and you mentioned that you have online cloud, but in the cloud, what are the format or the type of database management system that you use? Is it vector database or graph database or what?
Okay, good question. So it's again, over the past 2 decades, it's actually text database, but because it's not possible anymore, because the genomic data scale, we use binary data. So the reason of using binary data, we have a genomic-based compression. So we compress the data as much as we can, so we can have a smaller size that we can get for the genomic data. So it's actually basically a binary file. We can put it on database because it's useless, because it's heavily compressed on the binary data. That's why actually in this method, we also perform some data compression to make it even smaller to get into the GPU.
Okay, if we compress the data, how you make sure that the semantic is not gone?
Yeah, that's the compression format that we are also working on it. But the current format, the current standard, current state of that is Pling, and it's now there is a version Pling 2. That's currently the genomic research community use so far.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
think time is finished. So thank you very much for Pak Mulia Agung, and hopefully we see you on the next call proposal, Pak.
Thank you. Thank you, Bu. Thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much for this session 8, and for both speakers, thank you very much for your collaboration. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Getting to good evening. So this is the last session, session number 10. So we have 2 presenters. I think he's eagerly standing already there. So I'll just read out his title. Or you may want to read out your own title and your name and introduce yourself briefly, and then impress the audience with the work that you have done. Start now.
Okay, thank you. So I will introduce myself. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So I'm Chen from NICT Japan, and today I would like to introduce our proposal of research and development on multilingual, multimodal, and multicultural application of large language models for the ASEAN region. Okay, so first let's move to the background. So as we know, temporarily, the large language model represents the state-of-the-art techniques of the artificial intelligence. And what interests us most is not only as a language model, but the LLM can perform as an infrastructure with strong capacity to encode the real world. So let's consider the mechanism of LLM. So although it is called as a language model, that is because it is originally motivated and developed to model the human being's language. But the temporary LLM is not only used for texts. That means it is not only used to model humans' languages, but can also integrate different information at different granularities. So let's consider for traditional text, it's just a series of words which are abstracted symbols of human languages as encoding systems. Actually, this kind of encoding systems is at a quite abstracted level. And for the other resources of information, like images or videos or any other signals, they are less abstract. We usually mention them as a multimodal information. And so we know that in temporary LLMs, we do not say to model the distribution of words, but we just say tokens, how many tokens can be generated trained for the LLM. So essentially, the LLM can integrate a diverse source of information. So in our idea, the crucial issue of applying LLMs in contemporary society is to organize adequate data from diverse resources and to develop integrated training, evaluation, and application framework loop for data, training, and application. So for the target of our proposal, I just highlight the keywords here. So we would like to establish an ASEAN platform to collect and utilize multilingual, multimodal, and multicultural resources of LLMs and to enhance virtuous training, evaluation, and application circle for the SOTA state-of-the-art AI techniques, which is represented by LM and in the ASEAN region. So I will specify these keywords in the following pages. So first, and for the topics, and I would like to combine the multilingual and multicultural topics together, as if we would like to describe multicultural contents, we just need the multilingual data. And first, temporarily, many research works that just work on low resource languages, as if it's quite independent research direction. But we must realize that even for many minor languages that we have only limited data, actually the state-of-the-art LMs perform not so bad, actually not so bad, because the LM temporarily is as an ultimate joint multilingual model. So the distribution of common words, even in some minor languages, has been well modeled by the help of many high-resource languages. But there are, of course, still problems that once we move to some cultural-related topics, or more generally, so some topics that are interlingually obscure, so that the high-resource languages cannot help much, but quite locally familiar. So then the LMs may fail. That means it cannot pretend to know that knowledge. So the key point here is that we need to collect data, but we need to intentionally collect data with concepts of local daily lives, customs, religions, which are the weak points of contemporary LLMs. And another keyword of the multimodal resource. So when we mention multimodal, generally we mean some videos or pictures. But first, I still would like to mention some non-digitalized text resources. For example, especially in some Asian languages, there may be many printed, for example, old newspapers, old documents that are not digitalized. So this still need to be considered. And on the other hand, of course, the image and videos. They are at a very low abstraction level, but actually they can provide quite useful information to help just bear textual description, especially for these multicultural topics. So, as we mentioned, the LM provides a powerful methodology to integrate such multicultural and multimodal resources. And so for the technique development, one thing is just for the LLM itself. So we can use such data to fine-tune LLMs. There's no need to train LLMs from scratch. or because the contemporary LLM has quite strong abilities. So to strengthen the temporary elements, we need to fine-tune the elements with this data. And this is just for the development of the LLM itself. And furthermore, to use the LLM as a backbone, engine, we can use it for some downstream applications like text recognition, automatic translation, and image processing, something like and so on. So what we will do as to the implementation, and the first is the data collection. Here I just mentioned quite generally textual and multimodal data. And as we mentioned, the data we must intentionally prepare for the weak points of contemporary LLM. So this must be combined with the LLM evaluation and the fine-tuning processing. And for example, we are temporarily considering and evaluate SOTA LLMs by culture-related question answering data and closed tests. And then by conducting fine-tuning experiments and evaluation and filter out the weak point and the data collection to form such a circle processing. And temporarily at NICT, we are just working on the Sea Lion and taking it as a baseline system. Because Sea Lion is trained on the ASEAN local languages, and we also add the Japanese data in Sea Lion and to strengthen its capacity. And furthermore, for the multimodal technique development, the development is based on NICT's research and development. And here are just some such examples. And for example, we have the development for translation approach for complex writing system in Asia. Actually, this is work to combine OCR and automatic translation. And also here, we combine the image video processing and machine translation techniques, and which are also taking the LLM as a backbone engine. And more specifically for the experiments, for example, we are doing evaluation experiments on various topics. Most generally is a common cultural background in Asia countries, such like the food, the clothes, architecture, and the culture, something like that. And also multilingual reasoning based on local common sense, because common sense is also an important part of local cultures. And also the gender bias and the stereotype. And this is also quite an interesting topic, because as we know, many languages are quite sensitive to genders, including grammatical genders and natural genders. But some languages are not so sensitive. So we are also testing on such topics, and also for the hateful and the profanity detection, because many concepts, even the same concept, has different images in different languages and in different cultures. So this is also a topic we are working on. And this is the evaluation for the LLM itself, and for the LLM as an engine for downstream works. And as I mentioned, we have some demos and development, for example, OCR plus translation, and with font embedding, and the real-time multilingual recognition plus translation, and also the sign language translation. We are taking the large language model as an important module. So for the impact, on the template, they ask we need to prepare the scientific impact, social impact, and the collaborative impact. And actually, in our idea, such impacts are combined with each other. For example, for the scientific and technologies, and this work will promote the localization of application of downstream works by applying LLMs, which will provide especial social impact at the ASEAN region. And also, to realize such results, we need the collaborative of ASEAN local organizations. And by the collaborative work for the scientific and the technology development, and we will realize a more significant role of ASEAN area in the AI global community in the recent future. And finally, for the outcomes, we can release the prepared data for evaluation, and also the LMs fine-tune the LM models, and for the community, and we want to involve more members and researchers in Asia for joint collaborative research, and especially for low resource languages, and especially for young researchers, which we are especially interested in. So here are the final conclusion, and here I just repeat the keywords. And for the target of this proposal, we focus on multilingual, multimodal, and multicultural resources, and want to establish a training, evaluation, and application circle. And as the methods, we would like to establish data collections with LM evaluation and fine-tuning circle, and also using the LM as a backbone engine for multimodal technique development. And the impact, as mentioned, the ASEAN localization for LM application, and the significant role of ASEAN in the AI global community. I think we still have some time, so I would like to introduce something more about our NICT. And here are event at NICT, and we will organize a first workshop on ASEAN multicultural language, large language models at NICT just in the next 2 weeks. And we will invite representatives from Cambodia, Indonesia, Vietnam, and this is supported by NICT International Development Fundings in this year. And we are also welcome for the participants from the other countries, and all those workshops in the next 2 weeks, it is still open for online participation and presentation applications. So as for topics, the primary topic is the resource and evaluation of LMs for languages ASEAN region, but anything about LMs for ASEAN languages is welcome. And something more too, and develop the techniques and demos at NICT. I have mentioned something in the presentation, and in recent years we have published a series of work and just want to find out the black box in the LMs for the multilingual translation and processing. And we have published a series of papers, and some of them has gained the best paper award in this year. And this work is the OCR plus MT translation, as I mentioned. And here we also developed the sign language demo, and with visual key points, and also boosted by the LLM. And here is the translation within video. Here actually is just one frame in the video, and you can find here is originally English word coffee and replaced by the Japanese character and embedded in the original video. And finally, the NICT can provide a program for accepting trainees from overseas, and as the international internship trainees for individuals belonging to overseas research institutions. And we will apply ASEAN IVO projects in this year, and in the future project, if it is accepted, and the interested members can conduct related research at NICT, and such as work on data preparation, LM training, and the evaluation of ASEAN languages. Okay, this is all for the presentation. Thanks for your kind attention.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. I think it's a platform that you are welcoming collaborations. You're asking for audience to join together to develop and fine-tuning further the platform. So any questions from the floor?
Okay, Doctor, this is a very, very challenging task, yeah, because as example, in Sumatra Island, yeah, because Indonesia has 5 big islands, and Sumatra may be the 3rd. In Sumatra alone, we have 52 languages. And then from Indonesian, 5 big island and many small islands, 17,000 like that. We have 300, more than 300, maybe 360 languages, not only languages, but also different cultures. So when this research will end, yeah, because this is only Indonesia, and then India has maybe 500. Is there any? Do you think this strategy is good? So creating data set. So for Indonesia, we need to create, for example, 350 data set, and then we write it to the LLM. Or maybe we better build a specialized LLM that can digest any type of different language.
Anyway, first we need data. We need native speakers to provide the data. So I think that's the first step. And from the capacity of temporary LLMs, even only a little data set of minor language, I think it can significantly improve the performance on some specific task. So if you have interest, please introduce us to some native speakers researchers.
So any other questions? We still have 2 more minutes to go.
I think in your proposal, you not yet mentioned about the use case. You not yet mentioned that one. That we can start as a focus for the POC collaboration. This one. So this proposal we can see that it's a big challenge. This one in the system orchestration. So with orchestration and service enabler, but they didn't talk about the challenge itself. So about techniques and regulation, etc. Also specific regulation that will be faced of the ASEAN partner. This one. That's why how you can solve this one on the for the next one. So the ASEAN country or the partner can would like to go join the collaboration with your.
And as I mentioned, the first step is to prepare the data.
Yeah, especially about the issue, the standard, the data also integritas.
Yes,
like that.
yes, and we will discuss more just at the workshop in 2 weeks. So if you have interest, just please take part in. So would you like to take part in this workshop?
Because you didn't give the use case, so they might be that your partner, the ASEAN country especially, didn't can feel what is the use of this one and what is the use case looks like or something like that. So that's why.
Okay, I will answer your questions later.
Okay, so yeah, we can do it later. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Ting.
Thank you.
So we call upon the last presenter, of the day. Real-time transcription and translation of code switch speech in lecture video. I think maybe this topic is a bit related to what presented by Dr. Ting. And we are talking about use case, right? I believe this is one of the use cases. Please proceed.
Yes. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I would like to present about the real-time transcription and translation for code-switch speech in the video lecture. My name is Hima Sonai. I'm from University of Computer Studies, Yangon, Myanmar. Let me begin with some background on this study. In today's world, multilingual communication has become more natural in our everyday life, our working space, and also social setting, and also education environment. As our learning space is become more globalized, later video has important impact in to sharing knowledge across linguistic and cultural environment. Especially when we teach the information technology subject, mostly teacher and student are usually use the intra-session code switching speech. It means we use multiple language in the same sentences. So to clear the understanding and improve understanding and more understand the technical terms. So there are still major challenges, especially for the low-resource languages like Myanmar. We have a limited data set, and we have also the limited computational resource. Currently, our existing transcription system are only focused on the single languages. This system has the trouble when we recognize in the mixed language speech because they only typically train on the single language data. When we import the mixed language speech, the accuracy will drop significantly. And also the current real-time translation system can struggle with the such kinds of code switch conversation because they are typically designed, they are not designed to detect and process multiple language fluently. These are such kind of technological limitation. This can create the barrier in multilingual communication and also education and business environment. Our research is driven by three main objectives. The first one is the primarily aim to build a real-time transcription and translation engine. The output will provide the simultaneous transcription and translation into the video lecture content, and we will leverage the state-of-the-art multilingual AI model. These models are trained to significantly enhance the speech recognition accuracy, and then the translation component must be context-aware, and they can handle the mixed language in both speech. In here, I highlight some proposed technical outlines of our work. Firstly, we use the multilingual ASR system, such as we will use the pre-frame model, like the OpenAI Whisper, to transcribe the speech in different language. They give us the robust baseline for handling the code switching speech, and then we integrate with the language identification to automatically detect which language is spoken, which language is being spoken at any given moment. And this is very important for multilingual and code switching scenario. And then we will apply the context-aware segmentation. Instead of cutting the audio into arbitrary chunk, this system identifies the meaningful boundary in the import speech. Then once the segments are defined, we import these into the cross-lingual neural machine translation component that integrates into a low latency streaming pipeline. Finally, we perform the post-processing activity to improve the translation accuracy and readability. Yes, I highlight some broader impact of our work. Firstly, the speech technology is rapidly transforming the digital learning and also accessible all over the world. It supports the learner with diverse language background. It gives a bridge gap in understanding, and also we often, especially in the ID lecture, teacher often use the intra-session code switching. Speaker like one or two language are used in the single utterance. So currently our current existing ESR system only used for mono languages. When we import the code switch data, the accuracy will drop. So in our education sector, especially in ID related lecture, teacher often use the such kind of code switching pattern to explain the technical terms and to differentiate between the similar terms to the student. Then in Myanmar, code switching speech for academic and technical field is very limited data. This scarcity makes the to build the robust difficult to build the robust speech recognition system. Especially in ID domain, so we aim to address these challenges by building the resource and the building model that can handle the code switching speech data, especially for ID-related domain. And then finally, our goal is to generate the bilingual and multilingual subtitling for import lecture contents. For Myanmar language, our current existing ESR system, as I mentioned before, our current ESR system still struggle for the code switching data because our existing system only focus on the mono languages. Mono languages, we train the data on only single language. Like we use when we use the English tense in this utterance, we only transliterate this English word to Myanmar pronunciation. To understand the extent of this challenge, we analyze the mixed language letter speech. We use the dataset. This dataset has 10-hour speech data and participated by 10 different teachers. And this dataset contains from a total of nearly 12,000 utterances. We found that there are 8,142 utterances are code switching. It means 68% are mixed languages. So 2/3 of the contents or letter are mixed languages. In this project, initially focused on the Myanmar speech that include the English terminology. That is very common in academic IT and academic lecture. So our system is designed to propose the both pre-recorded letter video and also the real-time streaming audio. And then the core function is to support the automatic transcription of mixed language audio and real-time translation capability. The main deliverable is to generate the bilingual or multilingual subtitle. Initial focus on the Myanmar and English Pearl. For the longer-term vision is we will support for ASEAN languages. In here, I highlight some outcomes of our work. This is the tri-model for automated speech recognition system, especially for Myanmar English code switching letter speech. That experiment based on the previous 10-hour letter data. In this dataset, participate 10 different teachers. For the training, we use the 10 speaker. It contains 8,452 utterances. It has 7.5 hours of audio. For the testing, there are speaker and contain 3,493 utterance. It has 2.5 hours of audio, totally 10 hours. This is the preliminary automated speech recognition process for our tri-model. We built this pipeline-based ESR model by using the KLD toolkit, and it includes two models, GMM-HMM-based model, speaker-adapted training model, and TNN-based model. For decoding, we use this tri-model is the initial step of the rule-based ESR system. For the decoding, we use the statistical anchored language model. For evaluation, we use 2.5 hours of lecture speech that participated by 6 speakers. From this experiment, we achieved the 31.95 word error rate by using the GMM-HMM model, using the linear discriminated analysis and maximum likelihood linear transformation feature. We achieve our word error rate of 31.95%. Then we train the speaker adaptive training model. At that time, we got 31.31% word error rate, but this is slightly improved. Then we train the DMM-based acoustic model. This model outperformed than the ABAC GMM-HMM model. We achieved the 26.69%. This is only the initial step of the automated speech recognition for code switching speech data. Yes. Now let me conclude my presentation. The primary goal is to capture the natural intra-substantial code switching. It is common for educational domain, educational related domain, and when we teach the ID subject, we always use the base language speech. The second is we support the data set is designed to support the development of code switching ESR system. And the third one is this data enable the training of end-to-end ESR model to support that handle the bilingual academic contents. And also we will extend to generate the bilingual or multilingual subtitle. Initially, we focus on the Myanmar and English. Later, we will improve for ASEAN language by using the cross-lingual new machine translation components. Thank you for your time.
Okay, now it's open to the floor. Any questions, suggestions? Yeah. The front row.
Okay, thank you for presentation. I'm from National University of Laos. Yes. Thank you very much for presentation. Okay, do you use the model from the Whisper from the Open AI, right? To do the fine-tune model to make the real-time transcript from the video. So I have one question. I have two questions. The first question is how do you handle the accuracy of the model that fine-tuned it? Because for the minimum dataset to fine-tune the Whisper, it's required around 100 hours. Okay, so how do you handle the data? So the second question is, do you have any plan to compare to the other models to transcribe the model? Because the Whisper is not the real time to transcribe at that time. So I mean that you say something and it transcribe by step. So do you consider any other model to compare to the Whisper? So or you have any solutions to use any other model? Because in the previous 3 months ago, the NVIDIA, they have the model, some kind of doing real-time transcript also. So that the questions to compare with the other model, something like that.
Yes, and let me answer the first question. And in this preliminary result, and this is only the try model. I use this data set. This statistic shows the our when 10-hour letter speech, it contains the 68% are language missing, English and Myanmar missing in one sentences. So this data set I trained not, and in this experiment I didn't use the whisper model. Only train these 10-hour data. I trained these 10-hour data by using these 3 acoustic model. And you mentioned the whisper. Yes, whisper has many challenges because for Myanmar language, the language portion is very low in this model. The accuracy is not good for fine tuning, and also this such kind of code switching data, the accuracy will drop. Yes, we need more code switching data. Data to be fine tuning. Yes, I want to compare the using the pre-trained model and also our building our own model. Yes.
So interesting. And the one more thing, do you have any plan to do the corporate with the other country in Asia to get some data set like
Yes.
to take something like that?
Yes, I plan to my teacher, my supervisor, and also plan to collect the ASEAN data like the Cambodia, Khmer language, and also Lao. I think we are the same situation. We are the low resource languages. The portion of the data portion of these pre-trained model is very low because of, the accuracy of fine-tuning result is not so good. So we need more data, and yes.
I think it's very challenge. Yeah, to get the data set and to make the real-time transcript, because in the other country like the Thailand or Laos, we try to do something like that, but
yes.
The data set is not enough for fine tuning. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it should start from the other model, maybe NVIDIA model. I think they have a lot of the technology to do something like that. But we start from Whisper is okay, but I think it's not real time. But this one I think is to improve your proposal for the future. Yep.
Yes.
We have 2 more minutes. Another question, perhaps, from the floor?
Okay, thank you for presentation. I have one question. So this preliminary result shows the Myanmar and English languages, right?
Yes.
I think it's quite very different language. So do you have any idea, or do you think that the fine tuning is enough if you have bilingual or 2 languages, but they have similar words or same words for different meaning? I mean, it happened in Indonesia, for example.
Yes. We need more data for such kind of code switching between mixed languages data. We need. Yes, we also have Myanmar different same graphing, but different meanings based on the context. Yes, to control this kind of situation, we need more data to learn, to know the knowledge of these contexts. We need more data. Yes, also the same in Myanmar, the same graphing, but different meaning based on the contents, previous and next contents. So yes, to overcome this problem, we need more data to train. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? 30 seconds left. Okay, yeah, I think that will be all. Thank you for your time. And then to the floor, thank you so much for staying back and then until the last presentation. Thank you so much. Okay, I think that's all for today. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is my last announcement for you. And now that's the end of this session in this room. And I'd like you to move back to the ballroom 1, okay, and listen to the closing remark, address. Okay, and please have all your belongings with you. Okay.